Welcome back to another session, guys. I think we're all ready.
Yep, yep, yep.
One supposes. Kick.
I don't hear a Liron slash Casey yet, so I'm gonna say no.
Nope, not ready at all. I've been less ready in my life.
Okie dokie. Well, welcome back. Session 101 Dalmatians. Today, we finish off this opportunity.
That's what you think.
That's what I want it to be. That's what we gotta do. We gotta be fast. I'm furious.
Makes me feel alive.
Excelente.
Let's see. What about this? Well, we know what we need to do for the next opportunity. I don't know about all this. Do you guys think I'm thinking too deep into some of the fallen trees and the aspect of the shadow tree being death and not respecting memory? I also realize it's only my own theory. But
Hmm.
I mean,
am
you
I
can.
thinking too deep, or could that be a thing?
I mean, you could do something about it. It's just you just got to do something about it.
Well, this is a weird forest because otherwise I would say the forest will take care of that. Because, like, nature doing nature things, it will serve a purpose as one fallen tree. The things that exist for one, like, I don't know, a woodcutter ant, I'd just be like, listen, you could benefit from this and grow. And whether or not I'm helping cultivators in that aspect, I don't know if it's trying to fight the shadow itself, but like when we do little things, that kind of helps. But this forest has no life in it, so it's a different set of rules. I don't know what the best thing to recycle this would be.
When you say no life, you mean just like no animal
No,
life, right?
yeah, fauna. No fauna.
Yeah. Okay. Because like I'm gonna say, there's mushrooms over there, and the trees are life. What you could do if you really want to accelerate that process is like take one of those mushrooms and spread it all over it, or accelerate its spore function, so you can get it into the tree roots and or the dead tree and let it grow. And
Okay. Can't I'm a-okay with following Shadow Tree thing like right now, but as long as never mind. Yes. I'd like to investigate the mushrooms, but I also realize Shadow Tree is actually the opportunity. But what do we have here, and what exactly would I be giving the benefit and trying to help cultivate?
What do you
maybe
mean?
it's something with your life,
Uh,
Dao.
oh yeah, yeah. But more of asking, what kind of mushrooms do I have in front of me? Like,
Some
are they
tasty ones.
poisonous? They taste it right. Okay.
Yeah, you remember you found out that they are uh, mushrooms with a grade on them.
Oh,
Basically, it's like a low grade or mid grade.
hmm.
Tasty forest mushrooms.
Oh yeah. Let's I think that's just a-okay then. I don't know how it looks. Uh, I feel like Chun Po. I don't know how to properly harvest fungi or spores and transfer them. Uh,
You
but
reach
they're
down,
pretty
cut them off at the stalk so they can grow back.
okay. And I will collect. Well, I don't want to like completely empty. Let's see. There's only three. I take the biggest two and leave the smallest one to plenty of room to grow. And let's see. I'll put one here and one over here. The trees that look are also. I kind of want to inspect these two sites. Sorry for jumping back and forth. DM, you know what I'm talking about here.
I don't
Uh,
know.
can
Maybe
you
I'm
see what
lost.
I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, a little bit no, because I'm also making tea. Because I have to get the
Okay.
as someone who talks a lot. It's oof,
I
I have to get
just
the throat coat. Tea. Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty
okay. I
small
didn't know
time
that
too.
this is the kind of session we were having today, but you know.
No, it's actually a herbal tea that helps with if you talk too much or use your voice too much. I made a poor joke.
I I laugh. It's all good.
Oh, yes. It was a funny joke.
But to explain what I am attempting to do, there are two fallen logs that are a slightly different color that I have two good mushrooms for that I wanted to inspect the trees and see their condition and um, help better understand like the whether or not they lost a Dao battle or because also I technically there was one standing that I chopped down that I wouldn't mind. Let's see if I find more mushrooms somewhere. Oh, there's mushrooms on the other side. Okay. Oh shit, there's more. Okay, so
Makes you hungry, don't it?
holy shit, there's more. Yes. Wait.
So many mushrooms.
Mm,
Yes.
technically, I like put. Wait a minute. If these are nice, yummy grade mushrooms, are these actually poison? I just like they make me hungry. Are you saying they make me hungry?
No, it's because you've had mushrooms before,
Oh, okay,
and you know,
gotcha.
cultivator food has a concentration of
Uh,
flavor and umami that normal food just doesn't seem to possess. So if you were to dice and cook these up in a saucepan, oh, it makes you hungry just thinking about it.
gotcha.
But no,
Uh,
they're definitely not poisonous. They're not. They don't release like spores of delirium or anything, or uh, you don't have that like uncontrollable urge to eat them like parasitic mushrooms would, where it's like, eat me,
yeah,
do it. No, you're just kind of thinking of like, ooh, if I saute them, that would be like really
gotcha.
freaking tasty.
Mm, mm.
You know, they can be lethally poisonous if you. Uh, they were mushrooms that fed on carcasses, though. Depending on what these particular mushrooms
Right.
feed on, depends
Yeah,
on their lethality.
that's oh, that is evil, but good to know.
Yep. So if you end up getting
I have to
a
understand
sample
the
of
best
them,
way to deal with carrion. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so one, two, three, four, four. There are four more mushrooms that I am willing to pick for a total of six. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, there's more. Never mind. There's just so many. I will find a mushroom for every dark tree remain that I can find. Okay. So, are you back at? Can you see my movements and all those things?
I am at the computer. I do have to run back downstairs eventually. But where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, you're up there. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
Uh, that
one,
one. Okay,
two,
and that one. Yeah.
technically, I believe one chopped tree that I accidentally kind of
Yep.
killed. Yep. So his
What about the
remains.
training log?
That was something that we were discussing, and I kind of want to get rid of it. Hey guys, um, would it be messed up of me to actively like not encourage certain cultivators to be able to cultivate past a point, or to, I don't know, is there a way to teach people lessons?
Teach people, well, wouldn't, if you taught them a lesson, wouldn't it be fine to, I don't know, have them cultivate beyond that certain point then?
If they learned from it.
Well, that's the idea of teaching it. You could tell somebody a lesson and not teach it. That's easy.
Fair. The tree of fires burning and war and, oh, well, smog. I don't know. Can't quite remember everything, but that guy, he was arguably one of the more pleasant trees that we've spoken to. Uh,
Yeah, the tree of ash and smoke.
yes, tree of ash and smoke. I feel like represents a cultivator that preys on the other's suffering, and it promotes cultivators causing suffering, or anybody technically, but it promotes suffering in itself. And that's, I don't know, a path I wish didn't exist. So I think like I'm trying to find the opposite of that, and so I just like the idea of peace and harmony and tranquility and not a level of chaos. Uh,
Well, Mr.
and
Poe, you can't help but after saying that phrase, and this is because of your intellect has gone up, your willpower has gone up, so you have decent memory. You have a strong flashback to the condition of your own home planet. The plants here are adapting and fighting back. Your planet, which was peaceful, which was serene, which was all the things you ever wanted, it stayed that way until the people of that planet ripped everything down, polluted everything, destroyed that peace and serenity for profit. Plants here just have actually got the memo ahead of time before it was too late. The new generation of trees are aware of what is happening. They are adapting. If the trees that are peaceful, that are serene, that are tranquil, aren't going to survive what's to come, well, I'm going to get ahead of it. I'm going to be what can survive in the days to come. Your home was those things until it wasn't.
I have an odd thought, but they got stronger. Good for them. So, following the shadow tree, or trying to find what the shadow tree is trying to teach us, or understanding it.
No, the shadow tree is not trying to teach you at all. What you
No,
guys have
no,
discovered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the shadow tree is not trying to teach you. It's not benevolent, and you're pretty sure it doesn't interact with the physical world. If you were dead, maybe it would interact with you, and it would probably eat you up. Yum, 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 yum.
Okay.
It's
Cool
exploiting its
place.
presence, is what you're doing. Very cultivator, I know. I'm for some Lord Bergamot tea. Yes, it is finally ready. Come here, little teapot, little Mr. Snake. Join me at the teapot. I love this little T-pad, Johnny. He's so cute. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Do you guys remember what the two were? That the two extra parts of the opportunity with details.
Did we learn what the other two parts of the opportunity were?
Yeah. You guys kind of figured it out last session.
So, opportunity part 2, master body automation.
Oh yes.
Opportunity part 3, the shadow trees. So, the third streak is dim and shady. The shadow trees are inevitable and represent waiting and death. The GM revealed the shadow trees are currently inert to the party, and they only react and likely attack once the cultivator begins to perceive the third missing piece. S'va Lar's next step after breathing is to provoke a reaction from the shadow trees and confirm he's on the right path.
Man, your OBS commander is fucking like on point, giving you those game notes.
Yeah. It's like it's 2 players at once, getting all the good stuff.
Yeah. So, excellent job, by the way, for finding the second
Praise the
opportunity.
goddess.
Because you found it through a vision, or at least found clues through a vision, and eventually figured it out using divination and being able to read the star signs, which is not that's not a common thing that people can do, reading star signs. So the opportunity to figure it out is actually really hard, because most of this game is adding more and more and more layers of complexity. This one is strip away all the layers and look at something so basic and so natural that it's beyond instinct. Like, you do it automatically. So, great find on that. It required you to be like, well, if we get this far in our basic day-to-day everything, what is the complete opposite? And you just don't think of that normally. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's something below. I think there's a word for that. It's like Po something, right? It's like body soul or something. Is that what you were trying to go with for this? Or did you have just body automation already kind of thought out?
body automation is thought out. Like, I
Yeah.
have all the thing built for it.
Oh no, that's not what I was saying. I think there's
okay.
like a
special like naming convention for it.
Yeah.
Your operating system.
Corporeal soul, Po. I think that's what it's the IRL word is for in Taoism and kind of stuff. Corporeal soul. I think this might be.
Yeah, you can call it that if you'd like. You're basically looking at subconscious automation,
Mhm.
which is the more technical term, but corporeal soul is the more spiritual way to refer to it. Yeah, and then of course, you guys had a nagging, a sensation, an idea running through your heads the moment you walked in and saw the shadow trees. The shadow trees had to play some sort of role in the opportunity here. They just had to. You're right, but not in the manner you were expecting. There was the little twist. The shadow trees really don't care that you're here. They're a kind of existence that you don't really interact with them very well as a physical person. You got to figure out how to get the tree to acknowledge your existence and your attempts to interact with it. Because if you can get it to interact or defend itself, you're onto something. But that something is, still haven't figured out that one detail as to why you're doing it. And what's the point? But if you can get it to defend yourself,
Mhm.
or itself, or even better, like actively do powerful defenses and maybe even counterattack, now you're on the something.
Yeah, the way I'm looking at it is that this is a foot in the door situation,
Mhm.
where if you don't have, you wouldn't have it otherwise. You wouldn't have these. Well, maybe later on you might, but this is a great opportunity in a sense to get more into it and then have it acknowledge you. So now you've actually interacted with it. You've touched it. Now you know
Yeah.
what it feels like. You have the experience.
Now you can still, like, if you get the idea of what you need to do, such as understanding that you have subconscious automation is one of the things. If you're able to do it in the opportunity, you get the gestalt. If you can't, that doesn't mean you lose out on it. All you do is lose the gestalt chance. You can still pick up subconscious automation later, now that you know it exists and you know what you're looking to get. So the opportunity comes from, or the gestalt slash opportunity comes from being able to do it in the short time frame and being able to just kind of intuit the right thing to do and, pulling it off. Kind of like showing talent, like you're talented at cultivation. Surprise, I pulled it off.
And also theoretically, if this is an opportunity, like you're going over to train or think of it as training, and it's just like I set out a goal, timeline, and did it.
Yeah. Yeah, cultivation also is extremely hard. There's a lot to wrap your head around. There's a lot of details. In fact, there's too much information in general.
Yeah.
And not only that, there's too much information to cultivate correctly. The amount of misinformation and wrong ways to cultivate very much dwarf the correct way. It's like dealing with the internet IRL right now. There's just everything's fake news. How do you know what's real?
Well, that's what they're doing. They're making their own reality.
Yeah, they're doing it, but turns out if you cultivate something bad,
Yeah.
it's bad. Well, who knew?
Cultivating the internet properly. Oof.
Oof is right, man.
I cultivate memes.
I cultivate AI slop.
My God. There's
Yeah,
so much of it, but it's
it's rising right now. Our cultivation is supported by the Overlord AI era. William over here, like, ugh.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, I don't know. They cost a lot of water.
Dude, they cost so much water, and also the RAM, CPU, anything with memory. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they're
can't buy
just buying
computers.
that. Yeah, and I fucking hate that shit. What?
Yeah, computers are no longer affordable.
I'm happy that I know how to work on computers, and like everything is either there's still computers for medical shit for now. I don't know what they're
Until they replace
thinking.
doctors with AI doctor bots and other machines. That
Yeah,
new
no, then I'm just gonna.
graphics and RAM card with the GPU that you could have had in your computer, it's in the doctor bot now.
disgusting.
Yeah. Uh, Anywho, I don't believe Chun Po has. Let's see. It was called body, not actualization. What? Metabol. God damn it. The second
Tom.
opportunity.
A Tom. Like automatic.
Automagy.
Yeah.
Body atom.
I got you, Po. I'll put it in the yeah. You can call it the
Subconscious
corporeal
automation.
soul or subconscious automation.
Hmm.
Easiest
guess
way
who
to
we're
wrap your veg on.
So I was gonna say the easiest. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna go to Liron, and we're gonna talk to Liron, and you're gonna Liron. You're gonna tell us all your secrets. You're gonna teach us the ways of the corporeal soul,
Nine.
and we're gonna
Even though
collab.
I know the opposite of this. I'm not
Yeah.
automating anything.
Let's see. What are you going to micromanage it?
That's what he does currently.
Yep.
Ah,
I control
okay.
every individual muscle.
Oh God. Every time I hear about a character that has something like that, one of the most impressive ones that I heard was the guy said, "I changed my brain waves to basically be in reverse but still work. Basically, think that you're picking up AM, but I'm broadcasting FM." And person was just because she had mind control abilities, and she was just like, "Wait, how the fuck did you do that?" He's just like, "Yeah, it's complicated." They were fighting, and he knocked her out. But anyways. Hey,
But I think
Liron.
what you might have though is the
Yes.
key to get things started on.
So, I guess what is your approach to this?
Well, my master wanted me to be able to control every individual neuron in my arm at first. So he turned off my
Oh,
arm and told me to start using it one piece at a time.
yeah.
Systematically did that with the rest of my body. Just legs, heart, lungs.
Oh boy.
Very conscious effort for the what I know. Based on what Lar was saying, kind of the opposite. Well, I suppose maybe not at the start. Your, I guess the idea is to reprogram how something automatically does what it's doing. So I guess you might need to know the first steps, which I'm not really sure the first steps because I wasn't the one who turned off my heart or arm. It was my master. Maybe if we just, I don't know, give your system a big enough jolt, could fry the nerve endings or something.
Um, well, theoretically, what about just sheer willpower, understanding vibe, flow, and like just figuring it out through practice?
See, that could work, but that's not really how I did it, other than the figuring it out through practice. Very guided practice. I was told that I could hurt myself a whole lot if I did it wrong.
Uh,
I imagine that this, without an instructor, would be similar. It's not to say that we can't do it. I'm sure we could.
we got this. Okay, so hmm, I guess what would we want as I think this might be actually easy for me because I kind of have an idea already. But and certain things already kind of are uh well, subconscious automation within my body. I think there are certain things that are already doing it.
Well, yes, and I think the idea is to change what that thing is doing.
Hmm. Huh. What I need. Also, what's an example that I guess you guys have, or would you have to build your own and then decide what it's doing?
Let's say you have some sort of breathing technique that you know from your martial arts, and you want to be doing that as your default way of breathing.
Hmm. Okay.
Gotta turn it off and reprogram it. That's my understanding of it. But
So let's see. swordsman, would you say, like, I don't know, did we learn a breathing technique, or like did we learn something of sword energy that we could change into a, I don't know if they would say better or just different sword energy? I don't know if that's even possible. I apologize.
It's fine. We mostly do it when we rest, as we bring back it in. It's a
So,
meditation of sense to refill our sword energy. Liner doesn't have sword energy, so it doesn't really matter, but that's for the current process.
gotcha.
Found a way to generate it from breathing. You could change how you breathe in order to make that happen.
So like for a restful breathing technique that allows us to regain and cycle sword energy and like have it, I don't know. I feel like I don't even know if that's possible to rest while active, but
Honestly, Chun Po, you have the easiest of us to figure it out. Well, I think Liron could probably figure it out pretty easily. But I mean, you have
well, yeah, I got
evolution Qigong.
yeah, but I feel like handing it to evolution kind of it, I have been warned multiple times about handing it to evolution. I can picture it, but it might turn out a little different than I think. But
Well,
uh,
let's
yeah,
step back. See, the reason why is because Matt's like, hey, you can either plan it or you can let it be chaotic. And right
mm,
now, you have the opportunity to plan
yeah,
it
actually, yeah,
and then utilize it and then make it change in your body and then evolve to the same way our bodies evolve to create this subconscious automation.
and the soul aspect of the soul. It's like odd, but also easier to understand in some ways, or sometimes harder. But anyways, uh, who wants to? Well, let's see. Do you think that in us doing this, it will unlock the tree's respect, or do that's just completely separate? Figure that out later.
Separate.
Okay. Okay. Also, if you guys need evolution qigong from me, I don't even know. Qigong can affect other people, right?
Keep it to yourself.
Gotcha. I will have to think on exactly how I want and the exact wording of what I'm thinking or trying to think of. Please, anybody. S'va Lar Liron, you guys have an idea of what you want to create?
Do I? I mean, not particularly. Kind of the opposite of what I'm currently doing, of completely manual use of my body.
Hmm. I guess you'd have a programming mindset here, Liron. Is that you could create a subroutine or some other part of your brain to automate things, and then you could take care of the more manual side. Because right now it seems like you're using a lot of processing speed or processing power to kind of do all these things, right?
True, but kind of what my master was trying to get me to start doing.
Is
I mean,
Completely manual control of my body.
right. Oh, I guess this is another way to think about it too. As a programmer, you're going to start doing things manually. You're going to start with the fundamentals. You're going to, build it up. And then after a point, you're going to start automating things so you don't have to do it, but you're still building it yourself. You're not having the world or the bustling world do it. You're not having your subconscious, um, I guess, do it. You're just taking control of it the same way you're doing right
Suppose.
now. Instead of you're taking your manual aspect and you're just using the manual to create automation.
I feel like it's almost like sending a letter. Like you're still actively saying this needs to happen, but you're sending it to somebody who's just like, yes, and I will do this forever, and that's it.
And then you can go and change that automation for yourself when you want it to change, because it's still a manual process and you know how to do it.
Enough.
At least that's my take on it right now.
I believe S'va Lar also has a fair point in all of this. I think that is actually a very good idea. But I understand, like, I really hope that's not, like, your master wouldn't be upset at that, because I'm just like, no, I think that logic is sound.
I suppose they probably would have told me otherwise. Of don't do this specific thing in this opportunity if they knew about it. If it was a actual issue, that is.
Also, um, I guess now we just have to build it.
Yeah. So you need to figure out what exactly you want to do with it.
Because really what I think is that our bodies, or at least mine, I think, is inefficient. The way I figured this out originally was that I was taking in the heaven and earth energies, and my lungs were acting as the vacuum, and my dantian, it was just kind of going and siphoning all that energy that the lungs is bringing in. And right now, it's quite inefficient. So, hey, this might be a way to further increase our energies of the path that come into our vessel, and B, figure out this part of the opportunity.
I follow your words. I'm trying to figure. Well, yeah.
And Liron,
Building it.
you already understand this step. At least I think you do.
Of going to your subconscious and turning off a thing.
Or controlling it on how your body
Controlling it.
works.
That is very conscious control, not subconscious, but
Do you have a way to copy yourself, Liron, or to have something there to you flip a switch and it, or is that the paradox in between or automation and manual on all of it? Or you get really, you like close your eyes, you go down a time tier, and you get really, really fast. But then, yeah, that's a lot of processing.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, this is it. You've learned to control all your body, But have you learned to control your subconscious mind?
No. Have not learned that yet, and that seems to be kind of what we're trying to do here. Not necessarily active control, but saying, hey, I want you to start doing something different.
And that's
Is
where the
that
risk comes in.
theoretically, do we call that habit forming? Where you do it a couple of times until you just keep doing it?
I think this is more deliberate, and I don't know.
Well, so is habit forming. You have to start. I still don't, for you, I have no idea because yours is so manual that I feel like yours, it could be a situation of, okay, well, the moment you stop, that's it. There's no more progress. Unless your body has now automatically, it's just like, you just keep going. So theoretically, crank the wheel as hard as you can and get it to where it just keeps spinning. But I have no idea how yours operates. But in humans, I feel like that's habit forming. And then you just stick with it.
Well, good thing I'm not human.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I qualify either.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Hmm.
I wouldn't even say Liron's human anymore with his energy flow.
I don't have blood.
No blood.
I guess I could go in and change how the energy is flowing, for example. Hmm.
Uh,
For example, I'm pretty sure I don't even need to breathe if I have my energy automatically converting every once in a while into some oxygen in my lungs. Which
that'd
could be
be
quite useful.
Uh, at that point, I would say you could be in space almost indefinitely until you run out. But
Yeah, could be
Uh,
quite useful for.
I don't think oxygen's the issue with space, Chun Po.
Well, I've
um,
completed my void body. Well, the
There you
first
go.
stage of it.
Yeah.
just like, what am I doing? I'm just holding my breath for a really long time, and the vacuum of space doesn't affect me. Um, let's see. Out of character, I have like a question about requesting, like whether or not I can try and either find or request lore that might point us any better. But other than like, I feel like this is a moment of, okay, now we have to sit down and do the work, but I have no idea where to start from
That's where
my
your
perspective.
insights come in. Because I knew this would happen when I was building the game itself. I don't know where to go. That's where insights and enlightenments come in, because those are clues.
Ease
Okay,
to your
okay. I would
success.
like to spend an energy enlightenment.
Just going right for the enlightenment, not even the insights.
I get more enlightenments than I get insights. I guess I get free insights.
Oh my gosh.
Fine. I'll use a energy insight.
You don't. I'm just pulling your leg. Or yeah. You can use your enlightenment. I'm just messing with you.
The enlightenment will give me a little bit of a help as well to get it through.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll use an energy enlightenment and think on how I would go about reprogramming my energy circuit to also be constantly uh expending a small amount to keep my oxygen or keep oxygen in my lungs and convert the carbon dioxide back into more energy to get some efficiency there. And I will also do my artifice energy efficiency here as well to help with that. So
You're
that's like
trying
the
to
only.
have your energy circuit constantly leak energy in such a way that it can re-oxygenate the spent air in your lungs?
I guess my body in general, because I can convert my energy into matter. So we're going the space route. If I don't have to breathe, I don't need a source of oxygen. And there's like cosmic radiation in a lot of places, so I can just absorb that instead to make oxygen automatically.
Yeah, having it leak doesn't do anything.
Well, it isn't
It actually-
leaking.
Well,
It'd be
okay, so it's more of as the stuff rolls through your body, it
so I'm changing how the energy circuit works to instead of me having to actively breathe in and out air from the outside, it is constantly converting some of itself into oxygen and then the carbon dioxide that my body makes back into energy as just an automatic process.
your clue is no matter what you do, you will always need an alternative external resource. Just
Yeah,
because
which would be the cosmic radiation outside, because you're losing energy there, but
there, okay, that's
trying to
where
make it
is.
more efficient.
To put it into practice would be a little difficult. You would have to spend a long time shutting out all other forms of material, external resources like air. You would have to systematically shut it all down and just photosynthesize.
Okay. Isn't that kind of the idea of what Lara was trying to learn, was to change how your body is doing its natural processes?
Yeah, you can. It's a very dangerous process, but that's what you would be doing. You would have to practice just working off of sunlight to put it into practice. You will need, through your artifice, some sort of photovoltaic like system, something that
I
can
already have that. I
intake.
can absorb energy.
You
absorb
can, but
light.
how does that?
Goes into my energy circuit, which then I can turn into oxygen or water, I guess, or whatever material density 3 or less I want
Sure.
with my conflux. And I just was
Then
trying to automate that system.
you'll have to figure out a way to automate. But is the stuff you receive just from sunlight enough? Because that's
I
the
can
real issue,
get up to 3 energy a turn.
right? But is 3 energy a turn enough to get you all the things you need to survive?
Maybe.
Which is why you would want to practice shutting down all of the different um, external resources that you use, like breathing, eating, drinking, and then fast for a while, and then just see if you can run off sunlight and sunlight alone.
Active
and
effort.
see the
Okay.
yeah. That way you can get an understanding of how much energy you need every round and how much energy sunlight gives you every round.
Sure. And it doesn't need to be just sunlight, because it can absorb kinetic energy and other things around me, which is less likely to happen in the void of space. But if I'm near the ship, it's producing energy.
What is the energy of the cosmic path?
Mostly sunlight.
What are heaven and earth crystals?
Oh, yeah. I could just have heaven and earth crystals near me and use those as an energy source in the absence of enough energy.
Let's take a step back. How are heaven and earth crystals formed?
Through ambient Dao energy in the air, which in the cosmic path there's only like there's a lot of desolate areas and then some high density areas.
Okay.
Whereas if we
So
were in the heavenly path, this would probably be trivial to sustain myself off of that.
for sure. Would the heaven earth crystals be, let's say, equivalent to stardust?
Well, if I was running off of stardust, though, then I would just be going through another resource like our food.
Technically speaking, you wanted to take that devouring book, right?
The
I was
energy body, which I was told figure out the fundamentals before you attempt something like that.
Well, I was talking about the book, like one free devourer technique book.
talking
Or is
about the
that?
tree
Oh, the
devouring book.
tree devourer?
Well, I thought it was like it wasn't just tree devourer. It was like one of any. Which,
Nope.
technically speaking, the tree devourer could be the thing that allows us to take on the shadows.
Wait. So one of any? What do you mean?
Like one devourer technique.
Where?
Like you
Yeah,
picked it.
and that was the tree devouring. No,
Okay, tree devouring.
book was
My
before that.
bad.
Yeah, in the cabin you were talking about, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that was the tree devouring technique.
because I was
Man,
about to say, if you could just devour stardust, then I'm just like, technically, that's Tree Buddy's devouring technique. Because all is but stardust to him, and yeah, like he gets to the stars, then he just. And that would be a very powerful devouring technique.
one of the other things I was thinking of, Liron, is your key, your internal energy. How do
Uh,
you how do you regenerate that?
I imagine there's probably places in space where you don't. Well, if you don't have anything coming in.
No, but we have like a literal way of regenerating it, right?
Yep.
That's
Mine
what
is.
I'm planning to do next. I'm gonna try just doing my recovery technique,
Oh, just it. That would be a very annoying recovery technique to just be constantly doing. Mine
and
is
then you do
humming.
it, and then you do it automation.
So I'm just constantly humming.
I don't fucking know.
Oh, it's melody actually, which I does have verbal component.
And that's one of the biggest things on the cosmic path is your key, right? Your internal energy and keeping it within.
Well,
Because
it's a
like you
major
were saying,
bonus. Most people don't uh,
They
focus on
don't.
key in the cosmic path. I thought, or is it qigong that they don't focus on?
shoot,
Key is practiced only as like an internal art. Um, it's kind of really all over the place, but yeah, key is usually for amateurs.
usually.
Usually, uh, she is still practiced despite it being kind of a sorceress, environmental control. Because a lot of
Environmental
people
control's
use it
real
to,
good.
it's real good, despite even like distances and whatnot.
I got movement mechanics. It wouldn't take that long to shut off various external sources and do a test. You die pretty quick without oxygen.
Yeah, pretty quick. You'd probably die faster to just the cold itself, though, and the lack of pressure.
For space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can make a vacuum around myself.
You sure that's safe? I don't think he meant that as like let's add that to it just to. make it authentic.
I mean, the air brushing against my skin is providing me some kinetic energy. If the idea is to automate this system of giving myself oxygen so I can survive in the void of space, I won't have the luxury of so much gas around me.
We'll see.
Besides, I can survive 48 hours in the void of space if I can just extend that period, or have some way to calculate the amount of oxygen I'm making, which I do. Then I could figure out how much I'm expending.
Okay. You got this.
I'll make a small vacuum bubble around myself. Then we'll just sit and meditate for a while in it and see how quickly not really meditate. With active effort, I will be making oxygen to attempt to sustain myself. And see how much energy my reserves are going down over a certain amount of time. So I've got a good buffer of energy. This is without intaking further energy. See how much I would need to sustain myself there. We'll do that for about 2 hours.
Okay.
I'm gonna start doing my recovery technique.
Okay.
I'm interested now that I'm thinking about it a little harder. Is that how the fuck did we regenerate our key in the first place?
Oh, you're gonna meditate on it? The
Yeah, you
methodology?
can figure that out.
Okay. Bistola, did you want to spend an insight, an enlightenment, or you just want to make a roll for your meditative prowess?
I'm gonna be using some of my fate currency. I'm gonna pay to win here.
Yeah, Lauren is stupid pay to win strategies.
The art of coin. So yeah, I'm gonna throw a destiny fragment, use some peak narrative as I begin my barbecue and chili. No, actually, no, it's ever burning liberties. Ever burning liberties. Not freedom. Stoke the embers. As
Stroke their
I
members.
Use my ancient family technique, trust fund baby.
but yeah, so there's no real things besides free action, and I think one of the interesting things is
Heard that's a
figuring
mighty
out
technique.
The action economy for this and maybe automating it so I don't have to do that action economy. That'd be really cool. But yeah, so breathing that in, I'm going to use the narrative to affect the opportunity itself on the part 2 and amplify that aspect to going forward with that. See if I get it back.
If you wish. And you're spending all 5, eh?
All 5 peak. I could actually start slowly working myself up, but that's not the failure Dao in me. That's my failure Dao says go fast and then figure it out as you do it. Learn from your mistakes.
Well, you will get what you want. You will modify the opportunity to provide an opportunity in the opportunity. The opportunity inception. To work on internal automation. All right. The energy here
has turned foul.
Interesting.
It is a sticky, kind of metaphysical energy, kind of has pervaded the area. And this will affect all players for the rest of the encounter, rest of the opportunity here, and maybe
I
even
have shut myself out from the outside environment.
you've made a vacuum, but the energy can get through the vacuum.
Oh, I
Yeah.
guess I can figure out how to get through the or get around the energy.
So the energy, what it will do is pretty straightforward. It is, especially for Mr. Poe, maybe this is not so hard for him, but this is kind of its own energy dissipation poison. You need to constantly, at all times, cycle energy through your body. And you have to do it quickly. Can't let the normal energies kind of just flow. You have to speed everything up, and you have to actively cycle energy to keep this stuff out and to prevent it from setting into your body.
Okay.
What a wonderful opportunity to automate that. But if you stop, there's a good chance this stuff gets into your system and stays there. This can ruin your cultivation in a very permanent way, because if this energy dissipation gets into your system, you can't collect energy anymore. So the mechanics of it is, if you don't actively circulate your energies, which means you have to sit down and spend, like, meditate without stopping the energies, then your pools start to drain. And if a pool ever reaches 0, you can just remove that pool from your character sheet.
Hmm.
Yeah. Poe, you know exactly what this is. You've read a couple bits about this. This is what cultivators fear the most. This is like one of the biggest fears on the path, is the energy dissipation poison or venom. If it gets in, oh, you're cooked. Because
So
in a
this is the
fight,
same. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt. Go ahead,
you
Mike.
go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, isn't this the same sap tree stuff that we interacted with a couple sessions ago? That's in the
Yeah.
same kind of thought process.
It is, and now it's in the environment. It's in the air you breathe, the sun that you absorb. It has pervaded this area as a energy.
I'll do my best to eat it. Do you guys want to go through this as training? Otherwise,
Well,
I might be able to try and eat it.
You can try to eat it. You'd have to outrace its effects on you, because this is one of the few poisons that at the Art of Poison Lust, level 1, is still vulnerable to.
Gotcha. So,
But you still
like
have
a
an
level.
advantage against it. You're pretty sure level 3 would make you immune to this.
Nice.
And that's
Okay.
no one is immune to this. So the chance that you could be, or at least like 99% resistant to it, would be wild.
Alrighty.
But it's
Um.
consider it like you're 30% resistant to it, which is better than none.
Yes. Alrighty. Let's see. So this was. Haven't had to do this in a minute. um.
Yeah, you guys can use free actions and bonus actions, but your half actions have to be spent circulating your energy before this stuff sets in.
Gotcha.
Which means if you want to move, you have to do it by 1 meter shuffles. Basically, bonus action or free action moves.
At least we're all close together.
Yeah. So you guys are close enough for you guys to talk to each other while meditating. But Laura, you got what you wish for. This, if you can automate what you're doing, and even more so automate it so that it triggers whenever exposed to a threat like you're exposed to
Yeah.
now,
Subconscious. Yeah.
that would
Just
be a
have it.
really good automation. Having it run all the time, not great, but at least you did something against the poison. There will be degrees of success here. Begin.
Just a D10, or is it?
No, I rolled a d10 for my recovery.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Well, I wasn't using my half actions anyway. And I was already circulating my energy, I'm pretty sure.
Would this have CDC, spirit beasts, article speech, therapy, psychology, shamanism? Would it my martial, thermodynamics, dermatology, somnology, or epidermiology? Because I think it was somnology. Was that one energy flow? Yeah. No, that one's sleep. Damn. I was just trying to see if I could get any sort of bonus, but is this just a D100 or like degrees of success? What do you mean?
Or
For energy flowing and making
like
sure,
practicing the energy flow.
yeah, and getting it to a level of trying to get it to a level of automation.
That will actually be an exploratory. There's not. You have to. It's not just I solve it with a roll. This is where that lore bits come in, where you have to like break down all the different parts of how you would go about automation, do a little bit of discovery, form a plan, and execute the plan.
Well, I'm going to continue with my experiment because I'm already circulating my energy with that.
This energy is actually a good simulation of the void of space, where it tries
Yeah.
to sap your energy at all times.
Does my void body help deal with
Of
it?
course it does.
Neat.
Oh yeah, it very much helps. You don't have to circulate as hard. With your void body, it will free up one half action because you've reached the first tier.
Neat.
But it does consume all half actions, but you're 1 from your void body. So if you have 5, you lose 4. If you have 2, well, you get 1 back.
Yep. I have one right now. It's
Yeah,
what
you
it
have
is.
a half action. Pretty darn useful. Good thing you train that up to the first level.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so with exploratory, I've gone through this before. Back to, I think I described it as manual breathing, so manual energy circulation. Chun Po tries to just remember, okay, you're poisoned. Remain calm. Take deep breaths, circle, cycle. Chun Po wonders if he can create something akin to a using the circle or cycle of his energy as like almost a dam effect of, okay, well, as this wave comes through and like as things hit, I can just push like a rudder or something and it activates and it powers itself to, okay, now it's cycling. Or, well, the idea is to just even get it to cycle continuously to start. So, this I have to actively create a spiral effect. I don't know if I gravity-wise it'd be a singularity, but a spin on it.
Get the spin in the golden ratio, whatever the heck that means.
34. No, 42. I don't know anymore.
Just pull up a whole bunch of equations. All right, I need this and this and this and this, and all right, now I actually have to figure out how to do all of that. But I did
See?
it. No, you did the math. Now you have to actually grab it. Um. Okay, I sit down and I do a poison breathing technique, and and that consumes the, hey, you've done your half action, you're just breathing and you can slowly walk.
Get 5-foot shuffle.
Yeah, you can do the 1 meter shuffle as a bonus
1
action.
meter shuffle. Yes.
Well, I mean, no, I think Chun Po just in between breaths is just like, so, we just cycling? Anybody
Can't hear
have
you.
ideas?
I'm in a vacuum right now.
Oh, yeah. Can you read lips yet? Wait, no, you don't have eyes.
I'm
God damn
blind.
it.
Rude.
You've made yourself blind and deaf.
Yes.
Hey, who was that? Helen Keller?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's oh, I don't know how to write Braille, so I don't know how to communicate with you at this time.
Just throw a brick with braille on it at me. Read this.
You'd just be a rock randomly. You would have no idea where it came from. Ow.
Well, until I
Oh,
read
hey,
the
this
message
rock
on it.
is...
I don't think my character can read braille.
Um, the only way that I seem to be able to visualize it is trying to get similar to how Elder and everybody else, well, Elder had making a sea royal with sword energy when she did her katas. The 5 ring thing, like the starting that up and getting it going. Is there any way that we can simulate that within ourselves? Also,
Maybe.
I don't know how to use insights, and I also
just-
don't,
Declare its use.
but I don't know how many I have. I have a one in my journal. I have a little spot that says journal or martial insight inside of my journal, and it is blank. And I have no idea. I have a martial bypass and enlightenment, but I have just martial insight and it's blank.
Well, you should have quite a few.
Mm.
The strange bit of bookkeeping that's missing. You should be generating enlightenments every so often. There shouldn't be like
They're
extremely
insights.
rare. The insights should be like flowing. You should be having insights all the time.
Oh. Okay.
Well, do you have tier 10 reinforcement of, is it intelligence? Which one is it?
Yep.
You
Or what I
kept
think I do.
your fate was the issue.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but you get insights instead of enlightenments if you kept your fate. That's what it is. Is it will?
No. Oh, I thought you just lost it because I thought it was turned into insights first, and then you got enlightenment after.
No. So my fate is turned into insight,
Mhm.
and then my puppy. The temporary insights that you get at higher levels of it are turned into enlightenments because I have insights already.
Gotcha.
You get, they're not temporary insights. You get 2 insights per session for free. And then I have insights as fate currency and enlightenments each session.
So if you have like tier 10 intelligence, you should have enlightenments every session, or insights at least.
See. Is expansion of the senses, is force of will, that one's 3. Is expansion of the senses willpower or intelligence?
I'm
Perception.
pretty sure that's perception. Yeah.
Perception. Clarity of mind?
That sounds like right.
Clarity of mind was okay. And that's swiftness. Yeah, that one's. Then yes, I do have tier 10. Clarity of mind. Whenever mental Dao clarity enhances learning and understandability. Plus 10 to all progress and reduces all progress totals by 25%. Holy shit. Gain plus 10 inspiration, plus 10 to a roll, plus 1 to a progress roll. At the start of each session, gain 2 martial insights consumable that refreshes at the start of each session. By spending a DTS to meditate about your Dao, you may gain a martial enlightenment consumable once a session. Hot damn! Okay. So I have 2, and I have not used 1.
I mean,
Is
technically,
it
you should have more than that because I give insights and enlightenments pretty often when you guys do research and when you train.
well? Good to have it here and to start writing it down. I know
Well,
I
so
have 2 at least.
I'll make you a deal because it's a lot to keep track of. We've been, how many sessions have we been in this particular encounter? Was it 3 now? 4?
4,
3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah, this will probably be the 4th. 4. Get yourself 2 for each of the sessions we've been here.
Okay, so 8.
So get yourself 8 insights.
Okay.
Johnny, if you'd like to as well, if you hadn't been.
No, I don't have a tier 10 intelligence like these guys do.
No.
It isn't intelligence. Where is it? Is it intelligence? Where the heck is the insights? Is it clarity of minds? Yes,
Clarity-
it is clarity of mind. Yeah.
Yep.
97, 98, 99, 100. This is actually the 5th session we've been in here.
Oh, okay. So can I make that a 10?
Yeah, sure.
And is there a spot where in the book where it defines insights? If not, I'd say okay.
It is it is a clue that you can use. That's the actual mechanical use of the insight. It is a clue that you can use to help you along your martial journey. If it has something like a modifier in the front, such as a sword insight, it can only be used for swordsmanship, but it might be a little bit more helpful than one of the general ones because it's specialized. So,
Okay. Should I be labeling this as martial insights or just insight?
martial insights.
Martial insights. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Then I would like to use one of my martial insights. to try and understand how to make this constant to where I don't have to even feel it, or as much as possible to where I can walk comfortably and get my pace back at least.
You have to find what lies below instinct and enter a
Okay.
meditative realm where you can access the subconscious while being conscious. It is a paradoxical meditation because if you consciously interact with the subconscious, it never works. So you have to be like in some sort of fugue state, some sort of like trance where you're,
Just take a bunch of drugs.
I mean, that could be a
Experience ego
solution.
death.
Yeah. You have to somehow enter a trance and remove active thought to interact with the subconscious. So yeah, it's paradoxical because if you think, you can't do it, but you have to think to be able to modify it.
What is our goal?
What is
Wow.
your goal?
To get the energies flowing automatically without thought.
For what purpose?
To deal with the poison inside of me?
Sure. When does it stop? Does it ever stop?
When the poison is no longer affecting me.
Okay. Is it just this poison or is it every poison or any other stimuli?
It is a tool used for when I need it. If something tries to stop the flow in this manner, I can say I'm turning this on.
It's
And
automatic. That'd be
yeah.
an active thing, which is what you're doing right now. Active meditation to do this. You're trying to automate it so that either it reacts to a stimuli like your immune system does, or it's now just a feature of that your body just does naturally.
Okay, so if if it is reactive, then I think that one's arguably the best one to do because then I'll notice and say, nope, you turned on because something's affecting you.
Yeah. You also have a significant advantage over the others. You had to learn some stuff, some really potent information when you were becoming a devourer.
Hmm.
So you know what you have to circulate. You know how to circulate. You know when and when not to. You have all this ingrained information. You have everything you need, knowledge wise. You just have to automate it. You have to automate what you're doing right now using all your expertise and knowledge.
Okay. I believe that, or well, is that a role, or do you want me to actually explain how I set up the dominoes? And
How you set up the dominoes, because this is where the danger of this particular part of the game mechanics come out to. Because you can make the wrong decision, and it can be not good for the character. Maybe you turn something off by accident, or you modify like your heart rate permanently, or uh, it doesn't. You don't get the circuit in properly. Like there's a lot of mistakes that can be made. So there's not really going to be a role until you get to a point where you're going to kick it off. Like you've installed it, you've done a bunch of work, and you just want to pull the ripcord, and then you'd make a roll. You can
gotcha.
use more insights though.
Okay. Because, yeah, I'm just like, I'm going to need to be reminded of what went down during my incubation and earth into devour.
Sure. Do you remember all the different stages? The 10 stages that you.
I do have them written down.
Awesome.
Let's see, where are you, Poison Vault? Nope, that was right down. There we go. Scroll down. This is a studies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. I knew I had. Poison learned the initial dose, irrigation, aggravation, and frustration, absorption, circulation, culmination, invasion, infiltration, and insurrection, and all of what they do.
So all of those are
Oh,
so
page 5
relevant.
was just shooting pain, migraines, vertigo, and nausea.
No, each of
Page
the
6 was
different
the
things you
spread.
learn.
Intensifying symptoms, worsening condition, warp the mind, twist the perspective, hallucination and spiritualization, numbing and anesthesia, ferocity, doom, and the death throes. Okay.
Yeah. So all of the different chapters that you learned,
Okay.
like circulation, insurrection,
Mhm.
invasion,
Yes.
like all of those are so relevant right now.
Yes. Let's see. Intensifying lethal, back. It's infiltration. There we go, absorption. All resources cost +1 from any pool use. This includes fate currency, narrative points, tag points. Any resource pool at all requires +1 spent to get its base use.
That
Extra
was the
cost.
penalty.
Yes.
You don't have the penalties anymore.
Okay, that's not actively. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Are they dealing with this?
Who's they?
Liron and S'va Lar. This is
Yeah.
a poison, right?
We're going to be, but right now you're talking.
I apologize, yes.
You have the talking stick in the spotlight. So
Yeah.
Well, Chun Po, in between.
just think of all the skills you picked up and all the knowledge you picked up of how poison circulates and how it works and how dangerous and deadly the 9 delusions 5 grandeurs still is.
Hmm.
So
Yes, but and I guess how would I cure this if I was using poisons to try and counteract this?
um, circulating your energy,
Yeah.
at least before it invades your body, is what you have to do.
Hmm.
It basically creates kind of this energy shield. Problem is, circulating your energy like that wears you out. It builds up fatigue. If it gets in the body, stop circulating immediately, because the more you circulate, the faster you lose the energy. So circulate hard to keep it out, but if it's in, stop, because you're cooked already. To get rid of it, you would need a very profound poison to get rid of it. You have one. Unfortunately, the myriad poisons, you don't really have a permutation that you know of to get rid of this particular poison variant. But the 9 delusions 5 grandeurs might be a competitor against the energy dissipation. Maybe.
But we only need a small stream running. We don't need a torrent just to keep it out, or at least to start. You can just be a small river.
Yeah.
Or
As
yeah.
long as you circulate the right things.
And that one's because I have sword energy, poison, and I have been able to separate them, but also just for standard energy.
Well, you do have one thing that a lot of characters really don't, which is an in-depth understanding of how energy circulates in the body. Because you had to make it through that step in the process.
Out of character. Sometimes I feel like I passed the role and I don't quite get how. Because, like, when you say energy circulating through the body, and then I'm just like, blood?
Well, no. So if you remember or maybe you don't, because there's a lot of information in the game. When a poison or substance invades the body, it does hijack the circulatory system as its transportation system.
Hmm.
Your body obviously has also immune response to it, but as a cultivator, you have a secondary circulatory system. It's vastly different in the way it's wired in your body. It runs through meridian points, energy channels, and then those energy like linkages connect meridian to meridian.
Okay.
So it's like a second circulatory system. It is different in design, and the placement of those channels are different than the blood vessels, but there's a lot of overlap
Hmm.
in certain areas.
Can I
So
use a martial insight to see or to, like, understand where the building blocks of the meridians are within myself?
I mean, you don't have to spend a martial insight for that here. I mean, you would know from your previous,
Okay, yeah. I've done it.
you know, you've done it. You've done your studies too, and that's why I was saying you should probably go back and research
Gotcha.
a bit
Yeah.
more about the nine delusions, five grandeurs,
Hmm.
because
Yes. Yeah.
it can really help you further your understanding of poison and the body, and unlock a lot of lore that you can use to your advantage. So looking through
My
most,
meridians.
yeah, there are major meridians and minor meridians. Most of the minors are kind of, they have connections to smaller vessels. The major meridians are usually um, focal points in the body. They are close to most of your major circulatory systems, and a lot of them are where organs
Gotcha.
are located. There are a lot of minor meridians. There is a huge number of them. Enough so that if you do get grievously wounded and those meridians are destroyed, you could, with the right doctor, use the redundant ones and work around it. Losing a major meridian is like shutting off an entire grid of power in the city. Power doesn't flow there anymore. You don't really replace those.
Okay, so when he's saying shut off everything, you're shutting off your brain, your heart, your lungs, and
Yeah,
then
if the wrong meridian gets
rewiring.
destroyed, like a major one, you don't really recover that. The minor ones you can work around because you have redundancies for the minor ones.
Okay.
The major ones, there's not really any redundancies. If a major one's destroyed, it's like you can no longer circulate energy in that area.
Hmm.
Even the minor ones no longer can work. No longer work. So, kind of a big deal with meridians. You would have to reconsult the major chart for all the different names and whatnot. But
Does my intelligence allow me to just have it memorized?
I mean, what's your int at?
110?
Get it to 200, and yeah,
Cool.
you know
Okay.
most of the major ones. They have kind of really fancy Eastern style medical names for them.
Hmm.
Like the crown one on the very tippy top of your skull is the Bahui point. This is where energy leaks out of your body. But in doing so, it's kind of like it's like the font of knowledge as you cycle energy in, and you expend
will and thought, energy pours out the top of your head as a circulation. And the wider that point is, on the very tippy top of your head, that major meridian, the more likely you're going to succeed or come up with a new style, or like it's the mark of genius. But the wider it is, the faster you die. Because energy flow, if it's too large, you're hemorrhaging energy and you can't keep it. And the only thing that would keep you alive would be internal life force, which is why some of the greatest geniuses of all time have a borehole on the top of their head for how large the Bahui point is. Which means they're capable of just about anything, but they live for 20 years and die young because they're just hemorrhaging energy. So like each one of the points is uniquely special in how it affects the body, the mind, and the spirit, at least for the major meridians. The minor ones, they are important, but they're not special in the way the major meridians are. And that's why losing any of them is catastrophic.
So does us getting our intelligence higher actively increase the bore in our
Talent
crown?
does.
Talent.
The higher your talent is, the more those particular energy flow points, that like the bigger they get, which means you cut your lifespan a little bit the larger it gets. But also you're cultivating faster, you're gaining more achievements, you're extending your life by cultivating more successfully. You're able to come up with techniques that and no one could even dream of. You don't have to follow the mold. It's like it's how you unlock success, but it comes at a cost.
Gotcha. Okay, so to get
Actually,
back into the state, we need to turn off and reprogram our meridians? Or the understanding of, hey, turn off, or, well, because all I'm trying to do, okay, no, never mind. So I have to find the meridian that is to my immune system and then turn it off and then program it to automatically turn on my key flow the moment that something is trying to stop it.
not quite close. It's not a single point that you have to interact with. You channeling the energy through your body channels them through all of the points on the meridians on your body. Each of them does something to break down foreign energy or material.
Okay.
So it's using all of your meridians and key channels to take to defeat something. But you don't need to do that here. You're actually looking at it. You actually have two options. You have the what happens if it gets in, and then you have how do I keep it out? And right now you're keeping it out by circulating. So technically, you don't have to worry about like dealing with an infection or dealing with an invasion of poison. You just need to automate keeping this stuff out.
Okay. Well, that would then be a constant, all right, just circulate, because that's what keeps it out, right?
Yes, you have to circulate it, but you have to consciously like expend effort
To keep it circulating.
and it's not easy. Like you will fatigue yourself doing this after a while.
The best way to do that then would be okay, maximizing slow current per fatigue to still say it is flowing enough that the poison won't get in at a minimal fatigue cost. But like depending on how, like if the poison gets worse for any reason, or like I don't know how to say, like if depending on the potency,
Yeah, it becomes more
maybe.
intense.
Yeah.
Well, that's hard to say because automation is difficult. Because once you automate something, it's automated. It's hands off. And if you actively try and
Mess with it.
mess with it, you're now fighting yourself. This is why this is really dangerous. Because your body will do it whether you like it or not. Because that's the point of subconscious automation. Why your heart continues to beat even when you're unconscious or in a coma, and that's why your body can be kept alive um, with a little bit of assistance because it's automated. You're just adding to the automation list. So if you automate it, you won't have to worry about half actions, and it will do it, but it will do it continuously, and it could kill you from just it never turning off, and you build up so much fatigue that you from fatigue death. So
And so option 2 is to just let it take me and figure out how to deal with it from there.
yeah, letting it in, but you don't really want to let it in. You want to, from what you can tell, you want to circulate based off of a stimulus. So basically, if a stimuli is detected, kind of like the way the body,
Mhm.
it says, there is an infection, deploy white blood cells. That's a stimulus. From what you can tell, if you can put a stimulus trigger on this new automation, such as, we are being assaulted by poison or some sort of foreign substance or energy, start the circulation. And then when that stimulus is no longer detected, it turns off.
So is there a meridian that deals with the body's internal perception?
Not really, no. Basically, by
So,
shutting out external stimuli, such as like your visual sense, and
Mhm.
um, basically also by kind of muting the outside world from all your senses, and then focus inward by focusing all of your senses on your breathing. If you follow the breath, you can then follow the energy that you've breathed in. And if you follow the energy you breathed in, you can watch it run through your body. And as you watch it run through your body, you become hyper aware of the body's internal state. That's why you have to meditate, because you got to shut out all of the other stuff that is distracting you. So there's like no meridian that does that.
So the meridian, it'd be me, but I would probably have to shut off the lung meridian to work with the energies itself, right?
I think we've overcomplicated it.
Okay.
I think I might have confused you a great bit, because you're just trying to automate a feature of your body to help circulate to prevent this stuff. Even for you, you don't want to let this stuff in, but you
Yes.
can't stop circulating, which requires all of your half actions. Technically, you could leave
Mhm.
using bonus actions and inch your way out of the opportunity,
That's not what I
but
want.
right. So let's
Okay.
take a step back and let's see if I can get you back on solid ground, at least headwise. Don't worry about the meridians. They're not going to help you here.
Okay.
Each of them are unique in the way they interact with energy being circulated through the body. So that's all it does. Each of the meridian points is like a node for circulation. And each of the large ones do something special to that energy when it flows through it. That's all. There's no special meridian for a lot of the stuff you're going for.
Understood.
Yeah.
So even if there's a meridian over like the lungs, well, it doesn't really control the lungs. It's more of a filter because you breathe in energy, and that energy has to be filtered before it can enter your circulatory system. That's what that special meridian would do. If that would be destroyed, any energy you breathe in would be not good for you, or you can't breathe in energy anymore. That's what would happen. You don't need to turn off your lungs because you're circulating energy as is. You're more like building an energy barrier around your body, and you're spinning that energy fast enough that this foreign force is being pushed away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So basically,
yeah.
you've generated a force field or
Okay.
a electromagnetic field around yourself to push away the energy that is trying to invade.
Okay, but you said that once you get it to automation, it could kill you if you. So,
You
like,
don't set a trigger for it to turn it off. If it constantly runs forever, you'll become fatigued and die.
yeah. So the trigger would be if nothing pushing against the force field.
That's where you're going to have to come up with it. You're also going to have to figure out how to set the stimuli in the first place, let alone put in the new automation feature. So the game can be a little tricky because there's a lot of information. So potentially talk it out with your homies. I'm going to hop over to them for a short bit, and then I'm going to give you guys kind of a moment to collaborate. So, Mr. Liron. Mr. Casey might be muted.
Yes.
There you go. So you've kept the air out. The energy goes right through the vacuum.
Yeah, I'm circulating my energy though.
Okay.
So it's
Go
not
ahead.
coming in still. I'm gonna continue with my experiment that I was doing.
Okay.
'Cause this is actively not letting other energy in at this point because it's poison now.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can math out how much energy it takes to make air for myself.
Yeah, and you'll tire yourself very quickly. Constantly circulating, so yeah. All right, you continue your experiment. Mr. Johnny, I see you're muted. Would you
Yep.
like? There you go.
So, what I've been thinking is the space between the lungs and the dantian. You said it quite well for William, which was a filter. Um, Having a filter or barrier in between those energy pathways that can push them out and or like have them just like you come to this point, refilter yourself out, or b, if it does come in and it's not within one of those pathways, I cut it. I cut it with my sword energy. As a swordsman, I'm not gonna let that stuff in the first place. So that's my kind of thought process on this whole situation right now. And I think from last session too, we talked about the space in between the lungs and the dantian and what it's doing. And as I'm realize what I've done to the party and myself, and I'm circulating this energy out of my body. Uh, I'm trying to decide if it's emotion that's going to be the trigger for myself, or if it's just a foreign entity of energy that isn't specialized for each one of these pathways. Because I already have key, and because we talked about key last session for how fast it is, but it doesn't have a lot of substance per se. And we talked to them about my sword energy, how it's very lava filled and slow but powerful. Um, And I was thinking like, well, if I had something like if it comes in and then um, it goes into one of those pathways, I cut the energy with my as a swordsman. Um, and stop from going forward. But that would use a lot of my sword power over time, and it wouldn't be a very effective thing. But it could be something that could be, quick, unless I'm in a situation where it's happening constantly, like right now. Um,
I do have another question though, because I'm pretty sure my energy was already circulating automatically. So I chose to have a circuit for it instead of like a vessel
yeah, one
to
of
hold
your
it.
your criticals, in a sense, your critical energy states.
Yeah, like by default, my energy is circulating because it replaced my blood. I guess it could be argued that it's just in my that one of my energy pools is constantly circulating, not all of them. So the active effort to like circulate key and stuff as well.
My other option is I have my ever burning flame burn the energy away, having that be my subconscious um, part of my myself. Um, being my firewall. Haha. No.
This
Okay.
poison drains energy. I feel like the flame is something you don't really want it to interact with.
Energy pools.
Sure.
Can't tell if Matt's making us think about stuff or he's just
Making you
being.
think about stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Because I've already been kind of like thinking out like if else statements for myself and how I'd automate the thing. Like,
Well, and you could have the trigger be something conscious to turn on the subconscious system.
hmm,
Be like,
Isn't
I've
that
got a toggle switch that I can click in my mind.
well? That's what I thought, but like I thought there was a level of okay, that's not automation, that's manual. You have to be
Well, it's manual
aware.
activation for an automated system.
well,
Once you have
sort
it
of.
That
programmed, so the where it breaks down is when you're trying to program it, you can't think. But once you have it set up in that way, you can have whatever the trigger be something conscious. From what I understood from the descriptions that were given.
but yeah, so something that like it constantly costs fatigue until it's, and then I think a manual, hey, you can turn it off, but
You have a switch that says you can turn it off and you can turn it on, because that could be a trigger.
you could just have it be a timed thing, but I feel like you might kill yourself by accident.
I think I'm going to go with what I was originally planning, which was a breathing technique that would activate it. So you start breathing and controlling your the body in a certain way, and once you start doing that, it starts the subconscious, and then it continues on until you do the breathing technique again to shut it off, starting and stopping the service.
Mm.
But the only other thing is that you'd probably want to have it start unconsciously, right? So if you're ever knocked out, you want this to happen. A trigger.
I don't think you want it to automatically happen if you get knocked out, because that might be you got knocked out from fatigue and then you just die because it
No,
starts costing you.
that's not what I mean. I mean, like, if I get knocked out, my body's going to continue to do it, depending on the trigger.
Oh yeah, if it's still present or whatever it is that you decided to.
Yeah. Because otherwise, if I'm knocked out, I can't do anything about it. The same situation, if you're knocked out, you stop your heart beating, then you die. Well, that's not helpful.
Yeah, the problem of what stimuli do we use and how long do we keep it on? Uh,
So what I'm going to try doing right now, Matt, is as I'm focusing on cycling this energy, I'm going to focus on ki, my breathing technique, or my martial art passion for elements to bring in the ki, and then I'm going to see if I can start to cut away the difference between this goopy energy and ki, so I can start to create a filter for myself. I don't want this one. I want to have in this one. I'm going to use a martial enlightenment of sword to try and help this process, or at least put my foot in the door, I guess.
So using your martial enlightenment, you would have to be a sword master to use sharpness to cut away this stuff. This
All
stuff
right.
is like trying to swing your sword through tar.
Right.
It is. Also, you want nothing to do with the stuff in your body. There is you cannot filter this particular substance. Once it
Okay.
gets in, it just breaks down everything you would use to filter it in the first place.
Gotcha.
It'd be like you're trying to put a grain on, like a filter on acid, and it just is like, oh, fuck your filter, I'm just gonna eat it. This stuff is very bad for
I can't push it
internal.
away with sword aura at all, right?
You can keep it out, but it's just keeping it out's your best plan here.
Yeah, but
You
making that
want
a
nothing.
subconscious automation is the part that I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you can keep it out, you have a lot of options of what you circulate, how you circulate it, how you trigger it, how you deactivate it. Once it's in, you don't have much options at all.
Yeah.
So, you also don't really want to expose internal energy to external, because you're not going to be able to actually like recoup energy with this stuff around you. So any use of like sword power or internal energy, you can't recover when this stuff is everywhere.
Right.
You can't breathe in energy, you can't meditate. Basically, what you got in you right now, and until you leave the area with all of this, like this area poison,
Yeah.
you can't recover any of your pools.
Right.
You also don't want to let it in by using like a huge expression of energy, like using a sword power
Power.
technique.
Yeah.
Because then it might latch on and then get in that way. So,
Gotcha.
pretty dangerous. From what you can see, though, with your a little extra for the enlightenment part, what you can see is this stuff is very lightweight in the way it approaches. It's not like that heavy energy. It's actually has like the same density energy wise as ki, which is gossamer, ephemeral, almost non-existent. At least in comparison to like sword power, that stuff is dense.
Yeah.
So even circulating qi keeps this stuff out. It may not be what you want to circulate for other problems, but for at least this unique problem, circulating qi is enough. It kind of creates this, not quite an air gap, but it creates this pushing force that pushes it away instead of letting it sit on your skin
Mhm.
or your energy. So, and that pushing force kind of creates this magnet where it's a repelling.
Okay, so the idea then is a key circularization breathing technique. And that's what S'va Lar is going to focus on. And I think I'm going to try using what we learned from this opportunity, using the foundational first step to try and create just have that process to see if that helps me do it.
Oh, you want to automate by using make it a Dao defense?
Yeah, like or
Oh.
just a chop. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What Dao defense point are you going to want to use or develop, or
Yeah.
you know?
Well, if it's key based for me, then I'm going to try and do this. I'm going to be using Dao Fate, and I have lots of Dao Fate points to utilize.
Fated to circulate. So,
That's one thought of how I can approach this problem. I just need to. I think I just need to write down the steps. So if you want to switch over to Liron, I think I'm just going to try doing that for myself right now.
So, is my basic energy circuit that I already have, which is constantly circulating, not enough to keep it out in the first place? Because
It might be.
my energy pool it already circulates because I don't have like an actual proper vessel that could contain all of it. So I was
How
told the other
internal?
option was to.
How internal is that circuit? Because you need something closer to the skin. The closer to the skin it is, the more effective it is to keep this stuff out.
Everywhere my blood used to go.
Oh, so then yes,
My entire circulatory system
yeah.
is energy.
So then yes, you don't really. I mean, you already have it automated.
For my energy circuit, but if it was something
Yeah.
that required something like specifically key, which I guess it doesn't.
It doesn't require. It just needs a circulating energy system that is moving just fast enough to keep this stuff out.
Okay, so
Which
mine
you
is
got-
already circulating. Some of my energy is, but
Mhm. It's more effective when you circulate the other energy.
that requires conscious effort.
Yeah. Technically, as long as you keep your heart rate up, then yes, it works. But if you like slow down your heart rate, then it doesn't work.
Okay,
So
okay.
strange.
So I've already solved the issue there, but I'd want to let the energy in if my heart stops. That would be bad. I don't know how much time has passed for other people, but after about what was that?
I was about to say, I think we're in some kind of like a bit of a limbo state.
True,
Yeah,
true.
you guys are in this kind of limbo state. So we're kind of in the same downtime scene.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're in the same downtime scene discussing your options and trying some stuff. So, and the downtime scene's around 6 hours, so you guys have plenty of time to do discussion and for me to answer questions and for you to use insights before you actually like deploy resources.
One of the things that S'va Lar said specifically the trying to use a Dao point as a defense, could I use it instead of, well, I'm trying to figure out if there's a better way to trigger, but like, um, can the trigger, well, shit. That would just mean that I have it going on constantly. Okay, so it's not always moving, it's normally just off. Something happens. So is there a way to tell the viscosity of the energy within us? If it starts to coagulate and not turn into a liquid, it turns on and gets things flowing? Or could I use some or like detect it through the minor meridian and then the big one starts activating, or is that too deep already? Like you want it active before? Because like you said, force field and shield and stuff like that, so I'm just like, I don't know when something could be affecting me before I notice it.
Yeah. Lars, or in this case, Johnny has kind of latched onto a preventative measure because you are correct. If this turns on and this stuff already got in, you are too late. And in fact, it's circulating is the worst option now that
Yeah.
it's in. But a Dao point can be programmable in such a way that you can use your Dao, your understanding, your attainments to the point where if you, as the individual, can detect it, the defense kicks on immediately. The downside is you have to detect it. You would be particularly good at this because, well, of your expertise in poison.
So then a Dao point, a poison Dao point of this sounds weird. No poison escapes my sight, or is that aiming in the wrong direction? No poison no found poison ever affects me.
That could be one. Yeah, you could program it like that. You could also have it be like, I'm always ready for the poisons on the path. Like there's a lot of ways you can phrase it. There's a lot of ways you can employ it and implement it. There's like a ton of stuff. The hard part is finding a spot to put the Dao point and how to like get it to sink in. Because if you can figure that out, you can literally hinge the entire automation off of a Dao point.
I am always vigilant to new poisons on the path. I think is the best way to word that, as I am always looking for them. I'm always looking for new poisons. I think I don't want to say my heart meridian, but also where do you? So this is crystallizing a Dao point, or like because you're putting it in you, right?
Yeah, well, not quite crystallization.
Would you say? Have you ever played Hearthstone?
A little bit, yeah.
Shaman locking mana.
Oh yeah. Kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of. You guys fully don't really understand Dao points yet, so I don't want to like
Okay.
throw information at you. You guys haven't yet fully figured out.
Can I use an insight, or is that
Of
a
course,
bit?
you always can use an insight.
Okay, let's use some Dao Point and martial insights into a Dao Point. Let me mark this real quick. Where are you, Marshall? It's trainings. It's the other direction. There we are. Okay. So, okay. Let's see. What does it mean to use a Dao Point like this to keep it and hold it? Does it become like a usable resource to where it's just like, oh, this could be a potion of healing, but it's a Dao Point keeping keeping it in your back pocket for when you need it?
The Dao points are not a resource. They are an integral part of your Dao, your understanding, and how you approach the path. To use them as a resource would be catastrophic. Basically, you're killing your own Dao for a short-term gain. Maybe that is a technique that you can do at a high level, like self-immolation to reach nirvana or something wild. But, not what you're probably looking for, I don't think. The Dao points usually are, at least from what you guys have figured out, most people only realize that they're good for Dao discussions, which is it's a type of battling where you pit your Dao against someone else's and try and break down their Dao first. Attacking and defending simultaneously. The trees have showed you that the Dao point can be proactively expressed. Instead of waiting for a Dao battle to use them, you're using your Dao and understanding to put up a proactive and passive defense. You do reveal that point, and if you ever enter a Dao battle with somebody, that's your first argument, which means they're ready for your first argument. Which does put you behind because they might be able to just have a counter. But it also allows you to latch like physical defenses and mental and spiritual defenses onto that Dao point for everyday life, which is why it's actually worth considering. You play with a card exposed from your poker hand. Everyone knows what card you have.
A good
But is
card.
it real? Yeah, but at the same time, that card also is putting in a lot more work because it's revealed.
Yeah.
So you would have to summon up part of you, probably somewhere in the boundary of the mind and the spirit, or modify your body in such a way that you have a means of putting something somewhere that you could put the Tao point somewhere. Usually it lies between the realm of mind and soul, but Liron has figured out how to do it physically. Just like the Diantian, it takes up a physical spot in your body. He has found a way to, with enough resource, time, and effort, carve out a
And
spot
desperation.
and desperation to
I
find a
needed
point
something to
where
replace my blood.
right, he can put a Dao point in his throat next to the throat chakra.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is an extreme modification to the body where you literally install a Dao point in your physical body. So if you die, like your physical body dies, and somehow you've reached the state where your soul lives on, that part of your Dao is destroyed. So it's a high risk, high reward type of thing. Because then he can use it in his voice, he can use it in just talking. He can say "nuh-uh" to people, and it might even work if the defense is appropriate. Like it, hell, spooky. Yeah. So, if you don't have a physical modification, or you can put it in, Dao points are a mental and soul, so spiritual. If you combine them together, aspect you have to find somewhere in your spirit. Don't want to attach it to a meridian because that modifies how the meridian works, and that could get bad.
So, well, you might if you know what you're doing.
Correct, if you know what you're doing. But usually it'd be a spiritual healer or a physician who would know what to do in regards to that. So there's a lot involved. But a Dao point
For
absolutely makes automation easy.
let's see. I do believe that a Dao point, the one that I had of I'm always vigilant for new poisons on the path, I think is a good automatic point. Unless anybody thinks that's a horrible idea.
Oh, what does vigilant mean, I guess?
That I always can see them and find them, and or that I guess I always find new poisons on the path. I don't know.
You could put it somewhere in your head, the Dao point, somewhere near your eyes.
Put it in your
Yeah.
eyes.
That's a
You like poison in your eyes.
I have done that before. That was the first page. Was that a poison shot through my eyes?
yeah.
It's like habanero pepper, just right there.
I think,
So
like, I'll do that. I think that is worth it. The all eyes that always find poison.
remember though, it would be easy to install it if you have a physical modification available for that. You have to do it spiritually, which you would have to do through meditation, and you would have to like make a declaration to yourself of your Tao. So think on it. If you need to use more martial insights, let me know. If you want clues,
Yes.
yeah.
I will use another martial insight on the aspects of how to meditate and focus a Tao point into my eyes.
It's going to be your chakra. That is the best way to align it, because the chakra is a distillation of your ego, super ego, and id. It's who you are, who you will be, and who you have been. Like it, chakra's pretty gosh darn profound. You would probably want to use the crown chakra, the one right in your forehead. You want to be very careful because the crown chakra has very special attributes. If you need to look up on the internet, out of character, what those features would be, you can. You should align the Tao point in harmony with what the crown chakra is all about.
Okay.
You don't want your Tao point to be in disharmony with the chakra point that's in your brain / head.
So I shouldn't put a poison Tao point in my head.
I mean, you can if you want.
This is why I was saying heart originally, because I have a poison heart.
But again, the Tao point you're trying to put forward is I see.
Yeah.
The heart does not see. Well, actually, I guess love is not blind. It does see vague shapes and colors.
Yeah, and I think it's metaphysical too aspect here you were talking about, right? The heart is in between the physical and the metaphysical for the chakras, but yeah.
Can I read what I have found? Well, what a Google AI overview has shown me of crown chakra. of just what it comes up with.
Are you looking for confirmation? Like, what do you?
Kind of, and like whether or not this is okay for me to, because like when we're trying to balanced and imbalanced, feeling disconnected, lack of purpose, spiritual confusion, cynicism or detachment, overactive, arrogance, lack of grounding, feeling of superiority, or being out of touch with reality. Okay, meditation, crystals, light-colored foods, grapes, and mushrooms. Oh, there's mushrooms here. Theoretically, if we eat, well, this is specifically the crown chakra. Uh,
Yeah, crown chakra. You're more looking for like what it represents as a chakra, rather than its association with food or animals or whatever or colors.
yeah. Representing our connection to the divine, universal consciousness, and spiritual enlightenment.
So that would
Yes.
be useful for detecting poison.
Yeah.
If it's a energy poison.
What about my third eye chakra?
Oh,
Ajna.
yeah. You could technically use that one. Yeah.
Which are wisdom and spiritual awakening. Wisdom, awakening my connection to spirit.
Yeah, you could use that. Sorry about that. I forgore all of my chakras. It's been
All
a
good.
really long time.
I wrote it
So,
in chat already, so it's okay.
thank you, Johnny.
But I think
I appreciate you.
I think William didn't even notice it, so I think it's okay.
Yeah, my bad. No, I was like
Yeah.
looking through, and then I clicked on something. I'm just like, wait a minute. There's a third eye.
Sorry, yeah, that one can be used as well. Basically, using a chakra that best represents the ability to see and perceive, and then aligning the Dao point with that particular chakra,
Okay.
so it's harmonious.
Then, so right at my forehead. Right.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. The crown chakra I forgot is like the top of your fucking head, and the third eye was in between the throat and the. Yeah, I missed one. But yeah, if you
So,
align it with the third eye chakra, then you can anchor it there.
then I think it's good to go then. I sit, I meditate, I breathe, I I will find new poisons on the path. I will
How does that help trigger the defense response? Like you that's the key. You got to build something that's not just harmonious with the chakra, but also triggers the effect you want.
so when I find new poisons on the path, I'm ready.
That would be absolutely that would work. Yeah. When I've like the when is a condition trigger, but you might be kind of the wordage on that's difficult because it's new. If it's not new, it doesn't trigger. And that's where wordage is like, gotta be careful
When
with
I
it.
find poisons on the path, I am ready. Or I
Yes,
am
that would
prepared.
work.
Yeah.
I might have, instead of removing the word, I might recommend putting a new word in it. Like when I find dangerous poisons on the path, because there's a lot of poisons that are just dangerous to you. They're food, yummy. But if you have poisons on you at all times, and whenever
Yeah.
you eat, this would trigger because you're like, I have detected poison because I pulled it from my food pouch.
The problem of the danger sensing sword. Why is it always glowing? Oh, because it's sharp.
Yeah, I love that meme. It's like it's always glowing. Yeah, it's got sharp edges.
Or is it? Or it's just like it senses danger everywhere, but there's nothing wrong with it. It has anxiety.
Yeah, that could be one of the things that happened. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. When I find dangerous poisons on the path, I am prepared.
Yeah, you were ready or prepared. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
know this though: when a Dao battle happens, that will be your first Dao discussion point. And
So it's
somebody could
the
be
first
like,
question is going to be, are you prepared?
or I'm not a poison. I win the
Hmm.
Dao point. And then you're like one behind. But
Well,
you can
that's
still
why
defeat
we
them.
have that.
Yeah.
That's why we have that fellowship getting up that to tier 10.
Yeah. So that is the danger of.
I'm not a poison. Sure you are. You're in my way.
Well, no, it'd be sure you are. There's just so much of you. It's toxic.
You are the worst person to be around.
But yeah,
You might think that, and that's part of the problem.
No,
Right.
no, of course you're a poison. You're a headache.
Well, no, you would have to be a little bit more clinical
Oh,
about it.
yeah.
Well, the mere presence of you does induce vomiting, nausea, vertigo, and many other symptoms. So the only conclusion I have is you're toxic.
Get dunked on, bitch.
Play some League of Legends, which I think I diagnosed you with too much salt.
I am made of
Salts
sodium.
in high enough concentrations is toxic.
Yes. Be your Ah, yes. You are poison, and here's why. But yeah, you can work your defense around it. And the funny part is, you can also, since you know what your first Dao point is going to be, regardless, you can work your way around it. You can prepare
Yeah.
for it. You're like,
Because I'm prepared.
yeah.
I've got everything in my pocket.
The funny part is if you are the aggressor,
Mm-hmm.
your first point against somebody is, when I see dangerous poisons on the path, I am ready. And the guy's like, huh? How is that a
What?
good starting point to a Tao discussion? Or if you're being assailed, like somebody challenges, is the aggressor, and they're like, I will cut you down with my sword. And your Tao point is, when I see dangerous points on the path, I am ready. And it's like, what? Are you not trying to defend yourself?
I am. Your sword is a
I-
poison. It causes me harm. Or is attempting to. I'm ready for it, though.
It's like, no, it's not a poison. It's a sword. Swords cause harm. Idiot.
So do poisons. Ooh, gotcha.
Ooh, gosh.
I feel
And
like there's a level of nuh-uh. It's not the nuh-uh, but it's
no,
like wait,
it's a
what?
it's like a what is it? It's a schoolyard fight.
Hmm.
Where you're like, yes, I cast fireball, and it's like, I counter your fireball with my water powers, and it's like this the make believe fight that the kids have.
I cast fireball. I stand and take it. Wait, what?
You can't stand to take it. My fireball is the super ultra mega inferno fireball.
I am always prepared.
You're that kid in the corner,
What?
like. Yeah.
So
Let the puppies out.
I believe I want to do that. It's going to be confusing, and even now I feel slightly confused by it. However, I'll figure it out. I do want to have this in my chakra or in my
You've
third
got this,
eye.
fam.
Sure. While you think on it, wording is important. Also,
Okay.
what you attach to the Dao point.
What
So
do
you
you mean by that?
So, what does it trigger? So, when a dangerous poison is detected, what
Hmm.
does it trigger? Does it
Okay.
circulate all of your energies? Does it increase your heart rate? Does it only circulate your poison? Like,
Technically, I have sap. Do I circulate my sap?
no, it
Or
is.
is it? I
It's
didn't
just like
think so.
it's kind of stuck in place. You want to circulate it because that'll give you more power, but the sap is very strong.
Hmm.
So you would circulate
Just
an
my
energy
sword and
pool.
poison? Yeah.
Yeah,
Your key, maybe.
yeah.
Is all your key poison key?
No, well, no, not at all. I have poison. I think I have gravity. Here, hold on a second. I have scroll. Poison Qigong, but there is Gravatics key, poison key. Oh, okay. I thought I had more. Yeah, just Gravatics and poison, and Qigongs of different type. Just those two. Oh, and Tenacious Overgrowth Life Key. Forgot about that one.
All right. Are there some of these that may not be? Because remember, if it's not part of like a resource pool and it doesn't regenerate, that's a consumable.
Yep.
Mm.
So make sure, because you have a lot of Qigong, and Qigong can be a consumable if you acquire it. But if it's not part of one of your pools that you can recuperate, then it's just a consumable, and it's not really something you circulate. It just resides.
Okay. I feel like the well, key is just a natural reoccurring one, right?
Key, if you have key though, because there are certain permutations of energy you can't have, such as
Well,
you
yeah,
can't
for
have
me it's
key and shi
chi.
together, right?
Yeah.
You would have to get rid of your key to have shi.
I thought you could
Your
have
gravity
key and
qigong,
chi. Yes.
you can have it circulate your gravity qigong. Downside is if you're out of gravity qigong, this doesn't circulate anything. So
I feel like poison qigong would make more sense for this
sure,
specific one.
yeah, if you want, yeah.
And that's like it. Qigong only comes. Does Qigong come back naturally, or is that one like a hey, you have to like embed yourself in poison and then it manifests?
It can recover naturally. It normally doesn't, because most of the time you recover qigong while sitting under the full moon and meditating for the night. So it needs like an like an external like helper. But you can also just eat a poison pill and then meditate, and then you can recover your qigong.
Awesome, badass. That's much easier.
Whereas I cycle my different energies into other types of energies. So just kind of cheat the Qigong system. Be like, my
Okay.
key, I need more Qigong. I'll turn that into Qigong.
So, all right. I apologize for talking so much. All right. So,
No
third
worries.
eye chakra.
I am going to be going AFK for a bit, though. I need to let the puppies out.
And I also
Why
really
don't we
have to
take the
pee.
10-minute break?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think Luna wants to go outside too. So
11:25, or yeah. Anybody back yet?
I am back.
Hey. Okay.
I'm eating my breakfast burrito. What's up?
Nice. Okay. My Dao point in the third eye chakra. When I encounter dangerous poisons on the path, I'm always ready or always prepared. So can I just have that be the statement, or should it be when I encounter dangerous poisons on the path, I am always, or
Nope.
when I encounter dangerous poisons on the path, my poison qigong circulation starts automatically?
Nope, don't need to get that specific. That's the cool part about
Okay.
Dao Points. You can
Sweet.
literally just go with when I encounter dangerous poisons on the path, I'm always ready. And the trigger is I saw a dangerous poison or I detected it. And then whatever you have mechanically attached to the Dao Point, which is circulating your poison key,
Hmm.
triggers immediately. And when that danger is no longer perceived, it stops circulating.
Gotcha. The 5-year-old is being a 5-year-old again. Love our kids. But by golly, you ask them to do something, and then they're just like, this is the perfect time to ignore that and play. And it's just like, get. Okay, there you go. Poison key starts circulating immediately. Okay. Now I think I've done it all the steps and like I think now I just put it in there and try and see, and I think I make the roll now.
Mhm.
Okay.
What do you want to roll?
Technically, I'm putting a poison qigong. Can I roll poison application?
You're not applying poison?
Okay.
Not really. This would more be like what core stat would you roll to put it in? What would be most appropriate for the third eye chakra?
Perception.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. You said I had a plus 30% to getting this done
And what?
when you said when I had the understanding, you said like, oh yeah, this will be easier for you like 30%.
Yeah. You don't. That is if you were doing the other method, like to descend into your subconscious and install it there. This is just a straight perception test.
Okay. So, hmm.
Just
Okay. So,
just roll straight perception. No penalty, no bonus.
uh, uh,
Do you not have? Oh,
okay.
look, you passed. Yeah,
Okay.
you did it.
It was at a 90, and I'm just like, is this 10% gonna screw me here? Okay.
It could have, but hey, look, you passed the roll. You put it in. Now, note something does reside in your third eye chakra. And
Yep.
if you find a methodology of putting stuff in chakras or attaching things to chakras, this one is already ticking. So,
Qigong, installed poison Qigong Dao point,
oh yeah.
or poison Dao, or is it poison Qigong Dao point? Because I believe I was either using it. I thought I put a Qigong in there as a Dao point.
No, you just literally just put a Dao point. Like
Okay,
you
installed
declare it,
poison.
it now exists there.
Okay, installed poison Dao point into third. Alright, chakra. When I encounter dangerous poisons.
All right, I'm back.
I am ready. When on to pass, my poison key starts circulating immediately. I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell immediately, but oh well.
Let's find out. Let me take a good look at it. Let me see that immediately spelling. Need another M.
I thought so. Okay. Now, so did I just get Gestalt? Because that's
You figured it
okay.
out.
So that's another %?
Mm-hmm.
Hot damn.
4% now.
Yeah.
That's not bad, Mr. Pump.
5%. I'm a 1d20. Or at least one of them.
Yep. So I already solved this particular problem, kind of, except I need to be able to get energy without getting that energy in. I think I can absorb specific energies anyway. I'm guessing this has infected everything.
It's kind of flowing through stuff. The trees are also resisting, at least the living ones. He's having a hard time.
I could instill a sound Dao point, or
There's a lot you can do.
Fatigue after minutes equal to your toughness bonus. Gain 1 unmitigatable fatigue for each minute. Okay.
This is why it's dangerous. If it never turns off, you basically die at the like before the day's out.
After minutes equal to your toughness bonus.
Yeah,
so...
and you can't take a rest scene because you're gaining fatigue. If you gain fatigue, you cannot rest.
After
That's
11 minutes... Sorry.
Yeah, good. Yeah, so after 11 minutes, currently, and this could go up wildly, you could also have something that's like long distance circulator, like you can build something goofy where it's like, yeah, now it's double my fatigue bonus in minutes, or maybe you upgrade your physical constitution where it's like, no, it's my score instead of minutes.
So, okay. Like, would you say like that, closer to almost formula? Like, for me, 11 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. And
then every minute after the 11 minutes, you gain an unmitigatable fatigue while this is circulating. It stops.
The bonus doesn't stack, or like it's not 1, 2, like
No, it's just
1 minute.
then one,
Okay.
then one. It's a slow death.
Okay. The fatigue is up there, so I'm okay with that right now.
Yeah, and this won't
But
really bother
that's
like
only...
Liron too much either, because he's got so much.
Technically speaking, if you don't solve it within like roughly a 2-hour time span, though, like then you die. But you got 2 hours.
it
Or at
takes
least
me
for
several days.
Well, yeah, you. For me, it's 2 hours.
But you got 2 hours of you're conscious of the fact that something is trying to harm you
Unless,
there, or existence
unless
that
I'm,
can.
I think the scariest thing would be being knocked out with this shit running. Like that one, I'm just like, I think there needs to be another thing of like, hey, once your body hits a certain level of fatigue, you wake yourself up. Hey, buddy, get up, or you're gonna die. Get out of
I
this
don't want to
fog.
get up. I want to
Yeah.
go back to bed.
Okay. That was the opportunity. I did it. I'm ready for the shadows,
Sure.
but I want to double check. Liron, you figured it out? Or your version?
I was already safe from this poison.
But
But
did you create something to make it safe? Like, or well, this one's horrible, but do you have something that you want as I've created a self-defense?
why, yes, I was going to put a Dao point into my heart chakra. And the Dao point is, my energy shall sustain me.
Hmm.
It's kind of what I was trying to go for anyway, but this could help empower that and subconsciously do it. Because I already have energy circulating
Mhm.
by default.
Yeah, and as long as
So I
your
don't
heart
have a
rate's
problem
up,
to
you're
solve
good.
there.
You're
Yeah,
good to go. So maybe you install something else.
that's what I said.
Yeah, do it,
Okay, fine.
nerd.
Just
You
turns
were going down
into
the physical modification route for your.
I was for a previous. I was just solidifying my Dao name into my vocal cords, but
Butt. Big
but
butts.
but I also want to do the a Dao point in my heart chakra. There. Since I was also attempting to, before Lar decided to introduce this horrible energy, uh, figure out how to automate making my oxygen and such. So I can make oxygen, I can make water, and then energy works just to help revitalize the cells anyway as nutrients.
Into heart chakra, my energy self-sustainment. Oh, yeah, I mean. And then the mechanic behind it, go ahead and write that out too, pretty please.
Oh, DM.
Mm-hmm.
I have posted the thing.
Okay.
Toughness roll?
Yeah,
What?
it'd be a toughness roll. Yeah.
For which?
To install the Dao point.
Oh, yes. Any negatives?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, wow, he passed the roll. What?
What?
There you go, homie. You installed an automated system.
Yippee.
Yeah. Johnny nailed it with the connection. Using a Dao point as the conscious
The
part.
subconscious.
Well, it's the conscious part of setting up the subconscious part. So, hey, now you don't have to go monkeying around in the subconscious area. That could get
I'm not sure how to feel about
goofy.
Quite silly indeed.
So do these two lads get some talent now? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, they got the success. They both got Gestalt.
Nice. So it's just me that's hanging back and chillaxing, eh?
Figuring out what you want to do with your point. Okay, so we've gotten 2 gistalt from this here encounter so far.
Mm-hmm.
3.85.
Keep it up.
Yes. Need to confront the shadow tree and die. I wonder, is the energy that's been infused into this place negatively impacting the shadow tree?
One more time?
The energy that is currently trying to consume all of us, is it negatively impacting the shadow tree?
Not that you can tell.
Okay.
But let's give before we continue with you two homies, let's let Mr. Lar figure out what he's up to.
Yep.
So I think I'm still going to keep with the breathing aspect. You guys have both chosen your chakras, which I find interesting.
Yeah.
It's probably the easiest thing to choose as one of the chakras, but do I want to be like you guys? Or do I want to be my own special snowflake?
He's gonna go. He's gonna go to be special.
Yes. What level is your
Still.
special snowflake?
What level?
Yeah.
I don't know, unique.
Oh.
Also trying to figure out what my Dao punctuation is. I got some ideas. One Dao punctuation might be my breath cycles, impurity fails to linger, power fails to escape. It's an interesting one using failure. as the Dao points. Another one could be the world fails to withhold its tribute. Okay.
Is somebody in distress?
Mhm.
Oh yes, somebody was okay, and then everyone is silent. So I can only assume that.
I was talking to Allie.
Oh, got it, got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to think of like, do I want this to be a filter or a wall? And um, I'm just trying to like, I do want this to be a wall in this case for this energy, but like, I don't want it to be a wall for all energies. And this is the kind of conundrum I'm going with myself. Um, so having a passive Dao filter, um, using Dao of Failure. Um, While the path fails to withhold its energy, harmful foreign energy fails to gain purchase.
So you make the thing fail before it can even get in?
Yeah, in a sense. But it also means that power and energy that's already inside me, stuff that I want, the tribute in this case, is um, fails to go away. You know what I mean? Like it fails to go out of my system. A filter, not a wall. But one of my other ideas was to put Fate Dao into my my key, um, a metaphysical aspect, unlike what you guys are doing with your chakras, and it also is a cycle in a sense that is going through my system, which is how I'm currently keeping the current foreign energies at bay. Um,
How are you implementing? You're not installing in chakras?
I'm trying to decide what I want to do.
Ah, I got you. My bad.
Yeah. I'm thinking of a more mechanical aspect of key points. You know what I mean? So I have a certain amount of key. I have a fair amount of Fate Dao as well, points that I could put into things. But I might save that for. Actually, no. I'm going to save that for a different time. Um, yeah, I like this one. I'll also put this into my. All right, Matt. I think that's a fair one to choose. I'll choose my heart chakra, like Liron. And my Dao point is my energy cycles. Impurity fails to linger, power fails to escape.
And the mechanics?
So the mechanics are subconscious respiration. So choosing breath as the mechanic. Visualizing the air entering my lungs, coming down into the diaphragm, and then the concept here is that my body naturally rejects like carbon dioxide and accepts oxygen. So I'm upgrading my, I guess, that aspect. And then the actualization phase is the yeah, my key circulating from my breath as I do this, and having my internal, my circulation, keeping the foreign energies from my body, stop anything from entering. The internalization is breath, breathing, stop thinking about it and just have it happen. And the actualization, as I do this, I push the energies away. And the Dao point is my energy cycles. Impurity fails to linger, power fails to escape.
Well, that's also a dangerous, like, your cycle.
Yeah.
Power failing to escape means a perpetual power buildup, and you can't express power anymore. Like, if power cannot escape, it cannot leave your body, which means you can't use power techniques, or you can't use anything but putting power over your sword.
Okay.
So you be careful with the phrasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would really suck as a first Dao thing. That's your starting statement.
The world fails to withhold its tribute.
I think that's pretty dope.
It's a weird phrase.
Hold its bounty?
And then write out the mechanics.
Or do you want something like you sent to Chun Po and like a certain amount of fatigue or something? Is that what the kind of mechanics you're thinking of?
Well, it's. Let me kind of read what you got. Uh, Sometimes you don't want anything in. You want to keep everything out. So your solution to be a filter, especially with this stuff, doesn't actually solve this problem. It actually you let it in, and then it destroys the filter and breaks you down from the inside out. So breathing techniques are useful when you can actually breathe what's inside, or breathe what's outside inside. But you don't want this stuff inside. So you could do this. It would get you the gestalt, but it doesn't provide an automated defense against what's around you now. You still have to meditate because you don't want to breathe the stuff. Ew.
Okay.
Got any insights?
No, it's fine.
I mean, you would still get the gestalt. Like you would have completed the the talented part, but you still unfortunately would have to circulate.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is any good of a feature in the first place. Like,
It's also dangerous because now you're breaking down. I mean, any environmental features. So basically, energy flows into you rapidly at all times, always.
yeah. Well, I just feel like I'm wasting time on you guys. Like, I feel like a better word would have
Good.
been
Well, you're not
like,
set in stone yet. You haven't made a roll. You haven't put it in there. You can still like talk it out with the other dudes. Kind of like
Yeah, man. I mean, we're
develop
here.
it.
Let's see. You're wanting something that actively just doesn't get into your system yet, and it bounces off of it because it fails to find you, right?
hmm. My fate cycles. You failed to enter me is another aspect, but it feels like it's too broad. Um,
Um, if you were doing it into your heart and a toughness roll, I think, yeah, like that's kind of like saying you are just too strong for the poison to even affect you. But that could theoretically, like, because this gets in whenever things aren't circulating. So if it just failed to get in you, then you were either already circulating or fate made it to where you circled just enough, or I don't know. I am guessing at this point, but could it be that S'va Lar just passively have his river always slowly flowing, and so anything that tries to get into the cycle just can't? Mr. DM, sir.
that's fine.
Well, I thought you were talking to him. I didn't know you were
Yeah.
talking to me.
Oh, that one was a question asked to you. My bad. I did not clarify.
Rephrase then, or resay.
Um, in his wording, he's saying that the poison circulation fails to just even get in because he's implementing failure onto the poison itself. So if the poison failed to get into his cycle, that means that his cycle is just constantly moving, or at least constantly moving enough that the poison just can't. Like, it's like, or I could picture it as just the softest of shields almost, where it's just like it hits and then deflects, and it's just like it failed
But look where he's rooted it.
in his heart.
Heart chakra, yeah.
Yeah,
Which means you have to like that is not where the protection is. That's like taking it deep into your body to reach the heart chakra, to anchor it there.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the heart for different reasons.
The throat chakra would be the best because that's where you would do the breathing, and you can put a filter like on the mouth.
Okay, I mean, cool. Then would it be fellowship would be his role?
Well, He would have
Your
to
throat?
redesign it because he designed it for the heart chakra because it has to be harmonious. So you'd have to rephrase it and reword it for the throat chakra.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, it's definitely requires a lot of work and a lot of research. Like it's what you're going for could be pretty powerful actually. Um, what it comes down to is your blueprint. Where do you install it? How do you install it? What's the phrasing? What's the words? What are the triggers? What are the counter triggers? Or what are the conditions? What is it reinforced by? And if you can get all these things just aligned, this could be off the charts powerful. Might
I
require a bit
do,
of research though.
um I don't see where, like, I realize all the way into the heart, then you theoretically poison has already gotten into you, deep into your heart, or like at your heart meridian, but also couldn't it be like, because the heart is the thing that cycles, and it automatically cycles without any of our input. So if he
Right.
has his flowing energies put there, then wouldn't I don't see why that one would need to change.
Well, again, this stuff that you're trying to defend against is the
Mhm.
problem. Like this would probably work against a great number of things. The problem is the exceptions. The exceptions are the deadly part, and you just got to make sure that you don't get got by those exceptions. Because what makes it particularly dangerous is the exceptions then use the circulatory system. Once they get past the conditions and the filter and the defenses, then the heart pumps it whether you like it or not.
Yes, but his argument is that it fails to reach because he already is pumping. So him pumping and like it's just like no, but the only way that it could fail is if the energy was already circulating. And if he has that matched with his heart, it's always circulating. If I'm thinking too much into it, I apologize.
Oh, you definitely got to think a lot into this game. Like thinking too little into the game is actually more harmful than too much.
I will
I
say
think
theoretically, if you do tie this to your heart and this ever gets proved or disproven, your heart might stop. But I
I
don't know.
think it's more of this environment fails to withhold this energy from me. So it's getting in.
Yeah,
That's what Matt's trying to
the
say.
part of the wording is dangerous. So the filter, even if it's like, you filter things before it gets in your body, well, it can't be withheld anymore. You broke down any of the like logical barriers, and it's just like I'm gonna curbo all of this energy right now, always. So, yeah, it. I like what you did with the Dao of Failure because at first when I looked at it, I was like, oh, this is probably not gonna. Oh, he put the word fails in it. Ah, I see what he did. That was clever. So that absolutely is a good way to lever, your Dao of Failure.
Yeah.
And that's why it's going to be really strong is if you get the wording just right. Because you can lever your Dao of Failure in a potent way where it does break down those restrictions, and you can become the great energy suck. But at the same time, if you become the great energy suck, then everything comes in all at once, and it just doesn't stop. So maybe a valve, or maybe like something that begins the absorption, and then you can close the door, and then and then it stops. A toggle. There is a lot you can do with it. I love the idea that you're going with, like, sauce.
Yeah, and it's not a tribute; it's trash in this case.
Yeah, you'll be sucking in garbage from the outside.
No. That was one of the things about the world fails withhold its tribute, because the tribute
Yeah.
would be trash in this case, and this stuff around me is trash.
Yeah. But also tributes can be of value, but they can also be bad for you.
Yeah.
Same with bounty or other things, because one man's treasure is another man's death.
For sure.
Yeah. Because Poe would be like, "Oh yeah, bounty poison. Give me the best fucking poison. I'm gonna eat that up." And you're like, "I don't want that poison. Keep it away." So yeah, there's a bit of workshopping you can do, and this would be so good. You can actually build an entire build around this because this is a powerful breathing technique that you've built. And only failure Taoists can use it. And those there's going to be like maybe 2 others on the path. So you can also, if you're really, really clever, since this is going to be your first Dao point in every battle, it could also be used as a shock. Like they're coming in, going to use their Dao against you, giving a Dao point, and you're like, but my Dao point also just drips energy out of your Dao point and breaks it down. You could have it break it down into like pure energy, so that the bounty of the world is broken down through failure into pure energy. And then you can have it so that when you breathe, energy comes in and is broken down, and then is designed that way. In fact, you might not want to do this with one Dao point. You could use all of your chakras, and each of them is a Dao point, which makes Dao battles really shit, because that's a lot of points to lose.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also, hey, here's a nasty level of sequential failure that you have to overcome. So, gosh, that's really fucky wucky, Johnny. Because even in a Dao battle, if they're worded correctly, it's like systematic breakdown. Because you're trying to, if you're trying to cover things, systematic cascade failure. Because it's like, I don't care what your Dao point is. Yeah, it might look like I lose the first Dao point, but by the second Dao point that pairs with the first, I'm already breaking down and introducing failure into your system. Oh god, this could be way more powerful if you want to go the extra like 7 miles for it. Align a Dao point for each of your chakras, and then build this cascade failure system that breaks down all the world's energies and helps you cycle pure energy, and then you can toggle it or whatever. It's like,
Yeah, I suppose one of the other things too, wouldn't I need more fellowship reinforcement to get more of the chakras? So we can only have
chakras, you
5?
mean the Dao points? Yes.
The Dao points, yeah. I would have to get more. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Good starting point, I guess, but
So yeah, you can build a starting point so you can get that gestalt. Like design, because you still don't have to beat the environment to get the gestalt. It's just winning the second opportunity. And if you have another Destiny fragment, you can turn
I just
off
turn
the
it off?
environmental effect.
That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll do actually right now. I'll use the Destiny fragment and
peak
turn
narrative, remove the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. The effect comes from that sap tree.
Yeah.
Several of its fruits ripened and cracked open, and that is part of its the fruit breaks down people's energy and usually kills them, and then the seeds the land is now filled with nutrients because it killed a bunch of things, and then the seeds can drop. So the barkless tree has ripened fruits if you want to go collect them. They're not kaleidoscope tree fruits.
Hey, something is something. I'm sure someone would find value in it to give us tribute.
Maybe Mr. Poe. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Good. Okay. Oh, this is a good start then.
yeah.
Okay. You've talked me into it, guys.
I mean, if
Good,
every
good.
Dao point is just, hey, you fail.
Yeah.
It's almost like the yeah argument. You're failing. No, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
turning
I think
failure into success is really what
Yeah.
I'm imagining this as. So
Yeah. And then every Dao point's like yeah times 2, yeah times 3. And when you make the full circuit, yeah times infinity.
then you need to stop that infinity, which is I have meta knowledge on that, but we'll not talk about that right now.
I was about to say, I'm just like, technically speaking, like, wouldn't it be fellowship and a certain fellowship reinforcement? Like, it is the Dao point. It's just like you can only say "nuh-uh" so many times before it's just like I win.
Yeah. The other guy just gives up. It's like, I don't want to do this anymore. This is so banal.
Yeah.
I had one of my players hop into a lobby to play Uncle Roger,
Oh yes, I
and
was
that
there
was
for
very
that.
fun. Yeah, Joshua.
Yeah.
That was very funny.
Um,
Hmm.
I so does he still get a? I feel like finding out a cascade thing. I'm just worried about the S'va Lar's Gestalt.
I
Well,
need to
he
make a
only needs
roll.
to do
Yeah.
one of them. He only needs
Yeah.
to
Okay.
install one part.
Okay.
But do be careful. Modifying when you have installed it is going to be way harder when
Yeah.
once you set it in. And for every new Dao point you put into your chakras, it gets even harder to modify any existing ones
How
times the number you've
much?
already put in.
How much failure Dow points do we need to put in for these?
None. You
None.
don't
Okay.
have to.
Okay.
It's using your Dao as it's using your actual Dao as a Dao point.
Right.
So it's constantly producing failure. So you would just need a toughness test if you want to put this into your heart chakra.
Yeah.
And no
Um,
penalty, no bonus.
I just want to make sure I have the wording, or should I change
Yeah.
anything before I do?
Might want to change the wording away from tribute. Because tribute is all things, including the stuff that can't be broken down. So the path provides me its worldly energies so that I may break them down into pure form. Something like that.
Okay.
Or the path cannot withhold or fails to withhold its worldly energies from me so that they may be broken down. And then you would use several of your other chakras to attack some of the exceptions and build control features and
Path fails to withhold its energies, breaking them down into their purest. Okay, I will. I think that's a better Dow point for sure. Okay. And do I submit? Do I click it? I think it's good. I think it's a good start. We've created something.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. And I'll just use a fate point to try and roll better. Honestly, I just feel like it's important for me to roll less than a 50. Yeah, whatever. Slash R. Okie dokie. Yeah. And a toughness test has been used. I suppose I should put this in somewheres. Let's put it into. I guess I gotta put it into Dao now, eh? Let's put it in here.
Go ahead and make sure you edit purist, because that is a definition of somebody trying to find, like they're a purist. It's a mental construct rather than pure est, which is an e. Yeah, that one.
Purists. Okay.
Because there is a word that is purist with an I, and it means not
Gotcha.
funny. Yeah.
Yep. The path fails to withhold this energy, breaking down to its pure EST form. Yep. That is my Dao statement. And I guess we will put that drop there. The world must fail to withhold its power from me. Okay. Sorry, guys. Looks like I
You're
made
perfect.
things a little more difficult, but I feel like we got the outcome we wanted from this.
Heck
I
yeah.
agree.
That's what it's all about. So, the shadows.
Yes.
Um, has I was wondering whether or not having this second opportunity become successful, if that would make it respect us more? If that makes sense? To where then it starts interacting with us. We've proven that we can have, we've done the first two, and now it unlocks the third. Or, theoretically, we keep visiting the one spot, and eventually the shadow tree appears. But I also think that it's just interacting with these shadow trees first.
This is
That
all
would
one
be-
organism.
Yeah.
This is the shadow tree.
Oh.
Think of them like fingers, maybe, or
Hmm.
different parts, extensions.
Hmm.
Do you remember what we talked about last time, where the sovereign here is taking the original Dao points of the trees that are cut down here, and then taking them in for themselves.
Yeah, that's not the Shadow Tree doing that? Which sovereign did you mean? Or like from the why we have the railway?
The tree itself, the shadow, is part of
Okay.
this sovereign.
Yes, yeah, the bigger Shadow Tree that's eating
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, one of the sovereigns. Yeah.
Okay. Um. So, how do we interact with these things? Like, I think it's a
Well,
certain level of like achieving the spiritual stuff.
I already interacted with it by sending some shadow qigong down and learned that this is all a giant network. It didn't seem to react to that at all, though.
You have to either make it defend itself or make it acknowledge us. And
Then
just
then we need to leave after it acknowledged us.
well, theoretically.
I'm leaving at
However,
least. You guys can stay a while, but I'm going to get the fuck out of here.
this is a very large organisms, but theoretically, if we can chop down one of the shadow trees, the one that chops the most could be the measurement of the opportunity from the bet that I had. But that would be a really, really steep.
Yeah.
At that point, bragging rights. But how do we get this thing that doesn't give a shit about anything else until it dies to care about us?
Well, you never got any offensive shadow qigong techniques, eh?
Did.
Why don't you try one of them on it?
Okay. I'll go smack this here shadow tree with my shadow claw, which just duplicates an attack and will duplicate a axe swing through the tree. See what
X-Wing
happens.
A.
Yep.
Just a normal X-Wing?
I'll see if it impacts it.
You can
It
do a
was that.
5-step.
Goes right through it.
What? I said I use a shadow claw to duplicate the X swing with shadow.
Yeah, the main axe goes. You're swinging the axe, and then you have an echo that falls behind it, right?
Yes. The main one goes
Well,
through.
Yeah, the main one goes through, and then the shadow one just kind of shatters or disappears into like dispersed smoke on impact.
It kind of seems like an echo of that horrible energy as well. Well, it appeared to impact it, though. What exactly were we trying to get out of this?
I think
The-
the idea is to interact with the metaphysical.
Well, I can cut through it. I'll use nothing and cut through it.
Okay.
As you go to swing the nothing, it goes nope. Pulls the
There
shoot
we
away.
go. Not that.
Well, I don't know if that counts. You made it do
Does
something.
He uses nothing
that's a
and gets
reaction.
nothing out of it.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
It
There you go.
ran away.
So technically, you could chase away the presence of the shadow tree here, but once you
Remove
leave,
all
it's
the
just gonna
stumps.
come back. Yeah, remove the stumps, sure.
I don't. What happened to not removing the stumps? And like, if it comes back, I don't know. I think that might actually be a feasible way? Or putting a whole fuck ton of mushrooms on all of these once the shadow's gone?
You could, yeah. You could put the mushrooms on them and whatnot. There's a lot of stuff you can do, but even the shadow tree fears nothing.
The shadow tree fears nothing.
Yes, it.
That'll be one
Yes,
of them.
it does.
Yeah, everyone's like dodging sages. Like, yes, a powerful tree like that, and you got some other people who are like, yeah, I fear nothing too. Shit, that's
How
that's
scary
terrifying.
nothing is.
Yeah,
There is nothing that I fear. Oh, good.
there's nothing more scarier. You gonna finish that? Nope. Just gonna leave it as is.
Keep it there. Okay, but that technically didn't do it the way that. Hmm.
It yielded no
It
gain.
sounds.
That's the thing.
Yes.
Yes, our friend Lar here said that if the tree was forced to retaliate against us, we would be touching upon the next point.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
So.
And running away is
force
not
it-
necessarily touching on a point.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's fair. Nothing theoretically could be a. Well, no. If it runs away, then it's like. But it doesn't retaliate. What would cause it to retaliate instead of
Because it wants
just
to defend
run?
whatever the last lesson is, perhaps.
I think it's more of a perceiving it in a sense. It's the same way with the moon.
The shadow of the forest?
You're bringing down the veil that is currently within it. Now it's interacting with you. There's a lot of ghost stories about that too. It's like, hey, if I don't notice it, it just leaves me alone. But once I perceive it, now it sees me too.
But how does one perceive what it doesn't? Like, do we have to go collect something? It's, I don't know what. Hmm. Can I use a martial insight to try and figure out what would be pointing us in the right direction to, I guess, being perceived and perceiving the shadow tree?
Yeah, I mean, you could spend if you'd like.
I will spend another martial insight. Down to 6.
I have my thought process. I'm going to use Lesser Orbit Solar Flash to try and interact with it. I'll be using a Chop. Chop Pinnacle to try and do so. But yeah, you go ahead.
He is spending the martial insight to try and see what path I should be trying to go down to be perceived by this shadow tree.
Well, it doesn't seem to respond to physical. So
Nope.
you're only left with metaphysical and paracausal.
What
Paracausal
is-
is a state. It combines both physical and metaphysical together to reach a new state where you can actually start to directly interact with conceptual things. It is not easily reached, and most of what happens on the path, like interacting with concepts, is not quite paracausal. It's like paracausal adjacent. But metaphysical is what you would most likely have access to at this point in the game to interact with the tree. Unless you have a concept. For you, this is an easy one. You just pull out the poisons of 9 delusions and 5 grandeurs and you slap the tree. And that would make it retaliate. Problem is, what does that get you, though?
Pissed off tree.
Yeah, it gets you a pissed off tree. But what... It's kind of hard to figure out from here.
I don't
After the-
understand how that would give me a gestalt.
Mhm. Yeah, which is you're trying to figure out a thing important enough to merit the gaining of talent, to blossoming your talent. So it might have to do with how you interact. Can you interact with it? Even just by maybe instead of swinging an axe at it or trying to harm it, you can just touch it. And which you impose when you touch it, it's dangerous enough. Because it's metaphysical. Which means it doesn't have the physical defenses that normally you would find on a physical entity. Metaphysical entities are mostly mind and soul. Well, especially as this trait would have, it'd be mind and soul. So it's a spiritual entity. Spiritual entities are weird. And if you can figure out how to interact or touch the metaphysical through the physical, might be worth learning. Because one of the major problems cultivators run into is ghosts, specters, reapers.
What was it? The rage beings that we've seen.
Those two. But if you run into a purely spiritual entity, sometimes you have no defense because you swing an energy at it, and if the energy is not a high enough order, it doesn't really harm it or affect it. And maybe your equipment doesn't protect you from ghosts or spirit entities. That's why spiritual monsters or spiritual beasts are very, very dangerous, because they bypass the physical and go for the things that are mostly unprotected and untrained. So if you can figure out potentially a way to interact with the metaphysical only using the physical and imbuing the physical potentially with special properties, that might be what you're looking for.
Okay. So
Gave you a little extra information because of the enlightenment.
gotcha. Okay. I will meditate on and just trying to figure out how I can, if I can, just even interacting and touching the tree. And to see if that is a level of like, do I have to, how do I put my soul into this?
Again, that's going to be pretty difficult. How do
But
you put soul into things?
I would not know. That's kind of hard to comprehend.
Usually, from what you've heard on the path, this is attained by reaching the spiritualization realm, where you empower your soul to the point where it can persist after death.
Or astral project in a sense.
Yeah. And then you can wield your soul against your enemies. But that's above mountain climber. So that would be the easy solution. Being a spiritualization tier cultivator. Oh, well, you'd have to be far enough into the spiritualization tier, but yeah.
So would then be astral projection be the next thing that Chun Po could feasibly attempt?
You mean astral project as in like cast your soul out of your body?
To interact or casting it as an interaction, if I can
You
touch
you
astrally
have an
projecting.
unaugmented soul. You trying to interact with this tree would get you eaten.
That's kind
Just
of
like Tree Buddy. Tree Buddy eats the physical, this would eat the metaphysical.
Hmm.
And that's no bueno. Because you haven't augmented your spirit. It would be basically helpless. And you don't want to cast your soul out of your body. Not unless you're like a sorcerer or something.
Okay.
What you might be thinking is wielding your soul like an armament.
I believe that's a closer representation of what I would like to do, but I also have no idea
Yeah,
what
it's a tough one.
that.
I think what I'll try to do is just try to, because right now I can put my hand up to it and then my hand will go through it. What about if I try to wrap my hand around, let's say, Shadow Qigong or something along those lines, where I use even further beyond to generate Shadow Qigong and then touch the, like, just kind of try to control the qigong around my hands so that it's touching it as I do. Um, since the shadow qigong is mine, right? It's not somebody else's. It's energy that I hold within myself, or it's the in between mystical kind of bullshit that we interact with. Um, so yeah, I'll use even further beyond and attempt to focus it on the tips of my fingers, like I do with sword energy. Attempt to touch the tree.
Yeah, touch the tree. It is way harder to maintain than you were thinking because
Mhm.
qigong is a bit playful.
Yeah.
And in the worst cases, disobedient. So casting it around your hand without like a technique, like
Mhm.
shadow hands, um, is not easy to maintain.
That's fair. It's just
And
more of a test for myself too.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, you're able to get it to have like sporadic imbuements, and it uses up your qigong very quickly.
mhm. Then I want to try using Fate and Tribulation aura that I have. I want to try to extend my senses using my special eyeballs to try and guide this process as I try to do both of extending my sense, my aura, my spirituality, and the the perception I have with my eyeballs of seeing the truth of the matter, and try to interact with it this way.
You're able to touch the tree; it just doesn't retreat or
Mhm.
react or retaliate.
Okay. Last thing I'm going to do is I will do a 5-step chop. Um, I'll just do a take out one of the axes, and I have this. If I look for my qigong, solar flash. Strike an
Extremely.
opponent. You may choose this ability to spend 3 slower Qigong, causing a blight flash on impact, blinding, reset by perception roll, and searing the opponent, dealing extra d10 damage, granting flame quality, and centering 1. The attack already has the flame quality, add, extra. So what I'm going to try here is I take the axe and I do my swing. I visualize the axe hitting the shadow.
Yeah.
And I internalize that by applying my solar Qigong. And I'm not going to just use normal solar Qigong. I'm going to use supercharged solar Qigong that I get from my Downtown racetrack. And my Dao point is that you were fated to be hit.
You swing your axe. Make
Swing the
an
axe.
attack roll.
See if I hit. And 3 supercharged solar. I figured the opposite, or a sense, the one of the similarities for shadow would be solar, something it could interact with. And this would be my first time using supercharged solar qigong too, so I don't know how that would apply, but I know I'm using 3 of it. So
Yeah, you do hit it, and it was fated to be hit, so you hit it. It just doesn't retaliate, and nothing happens to the tree.
Okay.
Can I spend an insight to try and because nothing we do affects the shadow, even things that we would normally say this should affect a normal shadow.
Mhm.
I think it's
Um,
pretty simple, Chun Po too. Like, I didn't do a lot of damage with just a normal axe swing. I might have put a, a short-term pivot or a chop into it, but it's not like I did a lot of damage with it. That could be also one of the things.
You want to spend an insight?
yes.
Okay.
I shall also put an enlightenment
All right.
while observing this.
What do you want to spend the insight on? Like, what are you aiming it at? Where are you aiming at?
What what draws or what can even cause shadow to defend itself or not? Um, how do I change my spirit into an armament?
You have to augment your soul. You have to practice
Okay, but
You have to practice soul arts.
I do know one
Which
thing. It fears nothing.
it
I
does.
fear nothing.
Yeah. So to wield your soul, you definitely want to reach the spiritualization tier. But you can practice cultivation techniques and consume special resources and actually build up your soul way ahead of time. This can cause some problems if your mind and your body fall well behind. So definitely want to be an all-rounded cultivator by cultivating body, mind, and spirit. But you can get way ahead of the game, and there are certain techniques that allow you to, well, wield your soul as a armament, or you can encase your palm strike or your fist with your spirit. And when you impact someone, even if they have armor and you deal no damage, you might have just punched their soul with your soul. And if your soul is already weaponized and augmented, you would punch holes through them. And you would
Gotcha.
do not just corruption, just soul destruction.
Ow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
that
there
would
is
require
something that,
special techniques.
but there is steps that I could take to
If
get.
that's the route you want to go down. You don't need to go down that route. You can coat your fist in poison and punch somebody, and the poison's like that's
It
what you,
gets to the soul level anyway.
yeah. Like you have so many cheat codes that you could cultivate this, but you have a poison for that. In fact, you have a whole closet or a cabinet filled with poisons just for that one thing. So
So if I, but I will eventually come across things trying to tackle my spirit.
yes, they will.
So to gain from this, even if I just have the poison, I can make this tree want me dead, no problem.
Yeah, you leverage your greatest asset.
Yeah.
I'm planning on
That
doing something similar.
I still feel like that's not cheating. Like we have the resource, so we could use it, but at the same token, it's just like, okay, but how do I solve this without every cheat code that I have?
What's the thing?
Well,
It's a checkbox. It's like, can you do this thing?
yeah. Well, two things though, William, for this game.
Hmm.
If you can cheat, fucking do it. Like that's an absolute strategy. The flip side is if you do, what do you miss out? What do you miss?
Yep.
If you miss nothing, cheat until the game gives up and can't handle it, and then I have to shift the difficulty.
But also, like with using my nothing, I didn't learn anything about the fact that it doesn't like nothing.
Yeah, that's
No talent there.
he cheated big time, but he didn't get anything from it. He missed something. So that's the flip side. But don't ever think cheating is against the rules. Like unless you're like putting merit on your character sheet where you didn't get it or rewriting abilities. If you think your character's cheating because they have a cheat code, do it. Like you have these powers, why not abuse it? Get ahead of the game. Defeat opponents you can never defeat because you were cheesy. Watch somebody at the peak of their game fall to their knees, bleeding out of every orifice because they took one of your poisons and weren't cautious about it. And you're like, how the fuck did I beat you? You're like 4 major realms higher than me. Well, I guess choke on it and die. Let me get your stuff.
Oh god, so much stuff drowning in the pinata.
Trying to get stuff. Ah!
The loot pinata. Oh god, it's too much.
What actually kills you is the security feature on the rings. When the owner dies, it forcibly ejects all the stuff in a landslide.
If you want my stuff, you can have it.
Killed under the weight of loot.
Okay. There is a desire to learn everything that was supposed to be learned, to check off the opportunity the way that the opportunity wanted, or like the full benefits.
Yeah, trying to understand what the opportunity is trying to provide. There are many ways to reach a lot of the like the goalposts. But yeah, you don't want to miss out on Gestalt. That's a huge bonus. And usually the Gestalt comes with some sort of lore or teaching or new facet of the game.
Mhm.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
So I believe the way that this opportunity is supposed to present is an aspect of, can you manipulate spirit to your advantage?
Or can you affect the spirit?
Or can you affect it? Yeah.
Because, like Matt said, we're going to come in situations where we fight against something that is spiritual based only. How do we deal with it?
You punch it in its face.
And if the punch goes through, well, fuck.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
Liron should go next, though. Like, I don't think
Mhm.
have you had a chance to? I know you did your little shadow swing, but
I also
Yeah,
used
no.
nothing, and it worked.
We knew that.
Technically, yes, we knew it would work.
It's all part of the plan.
Keikaku means plan. I mean, I've got a lot of options. I can just use Qigong, and that works. But that's not.
I tried Qigong too, but it didn't really do a lot of stuff.
No, it
I guess it
didn't.
didn't maybe do enough damage. Maybe that's another option. Maybe it did go through armor.
Is she spiritual?
Who?
Just not chi,
She.
as in ki and chi,
Uh,
or is that like a hey, you're going in the wrong direction? This is energy, not spirit.
It is energy, but certain energies can't interact with the spirit. She is one of the
Gotcha.
few, yeah. Qigong sometimes too, depending on the type of Qigong.
Okay.
So,
Like Shadow and Solar can interact with it because it's of the same element. Ish.
yeah, it's solar less so, but it can interact through the light it emits rather than the heat it produces.
All right, we're gonna do a full-on swing on this thing, combining my swings and doing the process of the perfect mechanical swing, the intent to cut straight through it, and then internalization of that, and then actualization. And I will put a Dao point of, I guess, do I have life? I don't have life. But I do know the sound of shadows, so I can just put a sound.
Want the sound of it falling.
Yeah, I'll do the sound of the shadow tree falling with a Dao point. And I will swing with perfect mechanical accuracy. Give me a moment. Let me get my damage.
Thy damage.
Huh?
You're gonna get thy damage.
Yes.
It's a lot of damage.
And
What 2-4? Wow.
10th of that is felling, 100th of that is devastating. 2-4-2-4.
What are the odds? Wow.
Yeah, you hit it. You impact the crap out of it. It doesn't retaliate.
Doesn't retaliate. It doesn't do anything with Shadow Qigong being
No.
infused into it.
You're able to hit it because you have Shadow Qigong. That was a hell of a swing too.
Whap.
Yeah,
I'm
it
going to
doesn't
spend an
explode.
enlightenment and see what appears to be like happening here.
What is happening here? Its defenses are pretty prodigious. It is almost outright immune to most attempts. It is a sovereign class tree, so you probably couldn't hurt it if you wanted to. But that's not what you're trying to learn.
Yeah.
There is the easy way, and then there is the hard lesson. Even if you spend enlightenment, I will dance around the lesson behind the lesson.
That's fine.
Because if you can figure that one out, you're a Chad. But with the opportunity for Gestalt, it is pretty much straightforward. If you can get enough, say, if you can figure out how to interact directly with the metaphysical without using internal resources, and you can just passively apply it, almost like an intrinsic, just through your attainments and understanding and whatnot,
That's what you're looking for, most likely. Because everyone's got resources until you run out. Or everyone's got a tool, or everyone's got something. But there is not a lot of people who can just manifest. Kind of like following the first part of the opportunity. Part of it is a manifestation. But what you're manifesting and how, and why it would force it to retaliate or react at all, is the mysterious part. So, using Shadow Qigong or any resource whatsoever is bound for failure, or at least for this particular scenario. It does let you practice, though. Hey, look, I can coat my fist in Shadow Qigong and punch ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
It works. It does until you run out of Shadow Qigong, and then you can't punch ghosts anymore. Some ghosts require quite a walloping. So whoever runs out of resources first on that. And if you can use no resources and touch a ghost, and then if they were to interact with you, you could potentially put that on your body like a protection. So they would have to harm you directly rather than bypassing your defenses. Because that's a metaphysical being's greatest asset is I don't care about your physical defenses. I'm just going to hit you where it hurts.
Okay.
But what if they had to interact with you physically? Most of the time, it's a special physique, or you augment your soul, or you have a perfect fusion of harmony between mind, body, and soul, which is a very hard state to reach. Like there's a lot of exceptions or particulars and whatnot that can qualify. But what about those who have none of that? This opportunity gets them that if they can figure it out. That special intrinsic feature. So something about manifesting will,
Ghost punching.
something about maybe something to do with Dao, maybe not. And
Don't you have something already like that?
don't use
Intent?
any resource.
Don't you have like will intent?
Potentially. There's a lot that goes on with it all. So
We can affect it without using resources at this point, then. I could just sing at it. Hey guys, cover your ears!
Nothing does not count.
It's not nothing.
Because you use key? Or can you use some of
Key
your
would
Dao?
be a resource being used.
Is there... Does the Dantian affect spirit?
Yeah, yes and no. Depends on what it's filled with, depends on where you are in your cultivation, depends on way too many factors. So yes, no, maybe.
I would like to sing at it
What? You throw them sick beats?
with several of my unique frequencies. Let's try the creeping shadow between moon and stars. That's one of my pinnacle frequencies. Really bad for me, too, but technically doesn't take resources. That was with the dude that taught us the 3 energy types that we could potentially get, as well as the shadow and solar qigong.
Oh.
When I heard it, it
Void
almost
shadow?
killed me, but that was a Wyatt lookout.
Void Mother's Shadow?
Yes, the Void Mother's shadow. His sound.
Okay, if you like.
See if that affects the tree.
I'm gonna try and
The
use
The
frequency.
tree shimmers in place. And then when you stop, it goes back to being normal.
I'm gonna
Got it to
punch it while
react.
singing it.
Your fist passed through it.
Okay.
It's very strange.
Ew.
I'm going to hit it with esoteric this time. I'm going to take that same axe, but this time I'm going to put my name flame on the fire, on the axe. The same process. This time, fated to chop it down. Fated to be chopped. You are fated to be chopped! As I hit it with my flaming axe of my name flame. Use some esoteric magic.
Sure.
Smack.
Yeah, you hit it. Whack. Doesn't push through, and the tree doesn't react.
Okay. I was thinking maybe some magic might help.
Honestly, if it wasn't this particular tree, you guys would be probably fucking up any of the other metaphysical trees if it wasn't the cultivation gap.
I don't have like a big killing intent I can utilize, so I haven't really killed a lot of things.
Um, it's I have another martial insight that I would like to try and, or well, I want to use a martial insight and to try and understand how the shadow tree interacts with memory and with death and spirit in that regard. Can I try to understand how the shadow tree takes, or well, blooms, grows through the deaths of the other trees? And like specifically, like the trees that did not have their Dao points felled or what, or broken or what have you. But why the shadow trees, and how?
And you're using you're just looking into it, or you're using another resource.
And is a martial insight a resource?
Mhm.
Okay, then never mind.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just
Well, you
I'm just
said that
wondering.
that was bound to fail.
No, you could still use it. I'll give you something, but trying to like discern how they do what they do.
Mhm.
I'm only gonna give you
Their
hints or
insight.
clue for
Okay,
the insight. Even enlightenment, I'm only gonna give you hints and clues.
then yes, I will use an insight.
Okay. Well, when for the at least this particular entity, sometimes if your spirit is potent enough, you can possess a soulless vessel, even if damaged, and use it as a puppet. A lot of high-end cultivators do this when their soul becomes solid enough and augmented enough that even if they die, if their physical body stops functioning, they can exit their body and possess another physical body if the conditions are met. So these are basically finger puppets. It's using a dead, empty vessel that has no more spirit in it, and it's just like, whoop, here I am. I'm gonna use this. It's possessing the
Okay,
dead.
so can I try and, well, I have to weaponize spirit, but I'd be trying to punch through the finger puppet to his real body with spirit then.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually. That's what I was just thinking about.
You don't
Using
need
your
to punch
Dao
the
Points.
real tree. You just need to punch the protrusion and get it to, or the finger puppet to get it to.
Okay, because I was gonna say like punch spirit entity, but like have it punch through to the real. But if okay, uh, hmm, just gotta damage the finger puppet in a way that it actually gives a shit.
It
But
may
it
not
is
have to be damaged.
spiritually.
You just have to get it to retaliate.
Then let's give that a shot. Well, no, we don't want to do that because if we spiritually do shit, it'll just eat us. Be very, very careful with that one, S'va Lar, as well, and Liron. There is a level of if we get its attention and we aren't prepared in the spirit mindset, it might eat us.
I've got
I
one
have an
thing to
idea.
try.
Oh, nice. You go first.
Okay. We're gonna use the same sound that I did beforehand, except we're gonna get my axe to resonate in that frequency and hit it with that. Mundane other than the sound it's emitting.
Which sound exactly was it?
The one that was making the tree shimmer, it's probably gonna break the axe, but
The one that made the tree shimmer was the follower in the void,
the creeping
Mother
shadow
Shadow.
between moon and stars, yes.
Yeah, that one.
Did that do anything?
Last time it made it shimmer.
Matt,
Mhm.
did that do anything?
I didn't see a roll to hit.
Oh, I'm using movement mechanics.
Oh, it's all right. I mean, even if you mundanify it, it still shimmers, but passes through.
So the axe is the one making the frequency though.
Right. Even if you swing it, the frequency just kind of makes the protrusion kind of shimmer and glitch in place,
Okay.
but it doesn't retaliate. And then once the frequency's out of range, it just goes back to being normal. You got an effect though. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I've got pressurized ghost screams as an option. I don't know what that's even from, but it's in my unique frequencies. I think that might have been from the Balgrim or whatever. Thing that kills anything that it looks at.
Yeah.
I have a poison, and I'm pretty sure that would work, but I miss bits. And I don't want to miss anything right now.
So I use pressurized ghost screams on it. Which doesn't take resources to make the noise.
Mm-hmm. That is not a sound that you
Like,
and or can produce without like hurting your throat.
yeah. It didn't threaten to kill me outright like the previous sound. Let's see. You had an idea though, Poe?
So he can target and or it can target and possess soulless husks. And that, I guess, is the tree wedges or whatever they are. Theoretically, if you swing at it with nothing, we remove all of the roots. We will eventually find the real tree, and we could fight it like that. But I think
Oh
that's
yes. I don't think we should fight it.
No. But I don't think that's what this opportunity is supposed to represent. I think the next thing you could try, or something you could try, is also possessing the soulless husk and taking it from him and finger puppeting yourself.
I mean, I don't know how to possess a tree trunk.
I don't either. It's very good at it as well, so I don't think fighting it like that is exactly you'd lose. Shrine anti-banishment or something akin to a exorcism. Spiritually exorcise the tree off of it,
Try to solidify our spirit in some way.
or that, or unless exorcism is solidifying your spirit, I have no idea.
Wave nothing at it, exercised it pretty well.
I mean, that made it ran away, but I mean,
Is that not what exorcism is?
I think it's a pushing out rather than causing it to flee. But who knows? Hey, if it gets the job done. But imagine if we went to the elder and said, "Hey, we killed the shadow tree for you. Don't worry." Imagine the bragging rights.
It's a sovereign tree, though.
Yes. I'm pretty sure so was the giving and taking tree.
Yes, and did we deal with them?
No, we did not. We can totally solve this within 10 minutes, boys.
I think so.
We got this. S'va Lar, any ideas?
Well, they do say that blood is the connection of physical and the metaphysical. So maybe using our own blood might be a way, but it's a resource at the end of the day, so that doesn't really help.
I don't have any blood.
Just
I got
exactly
sap.
that. Exactly. I could use paracausal resources like my fake currency and a swing, but that still uses resources and doesn't help here. I tried magic, and I tried utilizing my name flame. That did not work. Intent is the only thing that really comes to mind.
Intent and willpower?
The other side, I guess, of ourselves is using our will in order to interact with it. Or some sort of Dao that isn't using a resource, but
Perhaps we could hit it with our spirit.
how do you hit it with your spirit?
That's an excellent question.
How do you get your spirit to
You-
come out of your body?
World may
Or-
never know.
How do you?
You die. Yeah, that'll work.
Oh yes, quick,
Your
stab
phys-
me.
Your physical body expires.
I mean, I can perceive these shadow trees. I have well, out of character. I have eyes of the underworld, so I'm like, it's not like I can't see dead things.
Mhm.
My eyes, so it's not a perception type of thing. I'm going to touch the tree and try to enforce my will upon this puppet. Try to sever the connection between the puppet and the sovereign tree. Take away its
How
thing.
are you doing that?
Going to use my even further beyond to apply it to my willpower. Double willpower.
Oh, yeah, you make it a big roll bonus, but
Yeah.
You doing anything other than just enforcing your will?
I mean, a tent here.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to give you guys the new script. Ah!
The new
We
script.
Oh,
Yeah, the new threshold script.
Yeah. It's okay. We can do that after session, which is
plump.
pretty close. I think it's 4:39, 4:40 right now, so we got 20 minutes left. Why don't I try? I mean, I don't really have a lot of killing intent. I can try to be like, "Hey, um, I'm going to do this with my words," but that doesn't really help.
What about flame?
I already tried flame. I feel like I'm on the right track of something, but it's more of just how do you do it without.
I meant like an intent to burn. Yeah, sorry. I don't know.
Maybe a Dao point. That's one way you could use the Dao as the intermediate. Dao discussion is the other option, but I feel like that is a bad idea.
I
Yes,
feel like we
yes, I
get
do.
eaten. Yeah.
But that would be one way to have an interaction. Per se. You okay, Ellie?
I've already infused my vocal cords a bit with my Dao. I could just. I'm just gonna try my damaging effect. To, I guess, manipulate the energy and try to sever the puppet from the rest of the system. Farther down in the roots. It's probably not necessarily as defended as the things protruding from the ground. And with that, that is a performance. And I will do said performance. Blah. And that'll be
Blah.
blah, except I direct it down into the roots. And I'm attempting to resonate with the tree itself there to sever it into two parts.
Okay. You send the blah down the roots.
And I have put Dao in my vocal cords as well.
Okay. What Dao are you putting in there, homie?
It was the sound Dao. My Dao
Okay.
name. Countless frequencies resonate in harmony.
Yeah. You send the blah down the roots, or down the protrusion, and it goes and goes, and it doesn't stop going.
Okay,
And
I'll
eventually
focus it.
it just peters out because it traveled the full distance it can go before it lost its the carrier wave, lost its energy state.
Do it again
This-
and focus it on a spot that's like right beneath the tree trunk
Well, sure.
to try to sever this puppet from the rest of it.
Gonna try and sever it, eh?
Yes.
Okay. Um,
We roll damage.
sure.
Let's do some devastating as well.
That's some DOS there, homie. That's some
Yeah.
big numbers.
87 times 100. Just 8,700. But it is energy damage directed in a spot that it might not be as well defended.
No, it's pretty equally defended. It is a sovereign class tree.
And it's probably mostly the same there. But
Yeah.
targeting it with a spiritual attack, I guess, at this point. Hopefully.
That is definitely something that can touch the metaphysical, but it does not harm the tree. And you've kind of slid away from the point.
Hmm.
You're not looking for a way to damage.
We're looking for a way to
Because you're not
interact
ever
with a
going to be able to
physical
harm
thing.
with it. Yeah, you're not ever going to be able to harm it. Its cultivation is too high. In fact, it doesn't even notice that you're interacting with it in any meaningful capacity, which is why it doesn't act at all. So, because if the thing is a sovereign class, it reduces your damage by 7 magnitudes.
Yep.
Which means, and that's before defenses.
Yep.
So, perhaps the point is not to see and roll for damage. You already know that if you can meaningfully and without resources interact with the metaphysical using the physical, that's kind of what you're looking for. And you guys have been, I know you've been testing, sound frequencies. But you still have to talk. What if you're in an area that you can't produce sound from your voice?
Tuning rods.
Like in the underworld where there is no air.
The underworld has no air?
Just trying to point out, like, what if the environment doesn't let you project sound like that? How do you do it then?
I make air to project sound.
That would be
Duh,
obviously. I don't know why that's so funny, but it is. Yeah.
So let's see. A way to interact when there's no other way to interact with something. A way to push our spirit out. Right?
I think one of the other things we're thinking here is that it's all about like taking the puppet away is an interesting concept because you're taking something instead of like trying to do damage, you're just trying to like yank it and it wants it. So it's like trying to interact with it in that way. Like how can you not do damage to something? You could, do status effects per se. You could try and hit it with poison. That's a dot, right? That's a status effect in a sense.
We're not trying to win. We're not trying to damage. We are trying to get a reaction out of a powerful cultivator from.
Yeah, and if you take its things, that's one way to think about it. You could be like, all right, well, I want my shit. You can't take my shit. Now I'm gonna hit you because you're taking my shit. Like
Yep.
theft. In other words, like you could try and take away this tree. That's why I thought severing the connection was a good idea.
I do too, to an extent, but I think it's more than that because whenever like the only other thing, like whenever nothing happened, he was just like, okay, well, I'll just come back to this puppet, and it doesn't seem to care if it loses a puppet. So that doesn't seem to be the thing that is the deciding factor of making it angry. So, and I don't think planting new life is the answer either, because it seems to be that is a future puppet to it.
That's a good thought, though. Using its opposite, because this is a death type of entity, right? It's using metaphysical, and if you provide something in return, well, it can't exist there anymore in a sense. Or
Can we shove a soul into the trees?
Do you have a soul to shove in?
Like only ours.
Yeah, and that's probably a resource that you're using at that point.
Souls is resource. Only in Cultivator, Wuxia.
not true. Necromancers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can necromancy if you want to. You can bring your friends to life.
All right. We only got a little bit of time left.
We have 10 minutes.
What would piss off and say, "Hey, you're taking my stuff"? I feel like memory has to do with it in some way, shape, or form. Like he's inhabiting a husk, but what is he actually cultivating? Death?
Yeah, that's one way to think of it. Death of trees.
And it's
Inevitability.
not the inevitability of death, sure, but I don't know. Like I feel like the tree stumps. It only comes out of the tree stumps aren't that are forgotten. Like I feel like memory has something to do with its cultivation. The death of memory? Then how do you stop that? Or how do you hurt this thing that is all spiritual, but we're not exactly trying to hurt it, but we're just trying to get a reaction? Nothing we do seems to hurt it. We know it's fear. We have cheat sheets, but why does that even hurt? Why does that scare it? You think we could siphon power from it? Like, what if we pulled?
Oh, you get that tree devouring technique and devour the shadow trees.
Well, I feel like that's still a cheat sheet.
Yeah, no, it's not helping.
Also, that wouldn't be a physical object interacting with it.
It's a shadow tree. um, what do you guys think of pulling? Of like grabbing its spirit and taking power and siphoning spirit power through its uh not itself, but through the no.
Well,
It
there
is
is a physical
possessing it
piece
through
that
its
it is.
Oop.
Why don't we try to hit the stump?
I believe we can. I don't think that
Okay.
it cares if it loses a stump. Like, it is such an inevitability that it's just like, it's one stump, it's whatever, I have a forest. Maybe several. Swing at it with nothing, take out the stumps, see if it
That doesn't
pisses it
teach us
off.
a lesson. It might.
What was the lesson? How to deal with a necromancer.
Perhaps the lesson here is that if you only have physical objects, you attempt to attack the connection that the non-physical object has to the world.
Mm.
It's a good way of looking at 40k wise, as demons are, not of this world. Their connection, but I don't think that's really gonna help here.
I'm gonna give it a shot. We're gonna swing at the stump with full visualization and just imagine cutting through the stump.
It's a good thought that sometimes metaphysicals are attached to objects, but I don't really think that's.
Well, these are all attached to objects.
Yeah.
And like we made shrines to keep it from attaching to other objects, so maybe the stump itself is significant for these puppets.
I feel like weaponizing your intent is the answer to these questions here.
I agree, but I'm
Is
not.
that not what we did to get through the Dao points for the previous trees?
Not
No.
weaponizing intent. I don't think. Also, what is the proper definition for intent in this game?
Yes,
Ah, of course. How could I be so blind?
of course.
Goofy part has a lot of definitions in the game, depending on Dao, depending on approach. Is it a Western style intent? Is it Eastern style? Is it Northern or Southern style? Like, there are a
Okay.
lot of intent. It falls under the same umbrella as the truth is subjective.
So there is a level of if we built it the way that we wanted to, we could get a reaction.
Technically, your version of intent is somewhat bound by your build, the Dao you've picked, the build the pieces you've picked up along the way, how you're
Mhm.
constructing your character will determine how well you can wield intent along with truth. Because even if you want, like, I can distort time and space with my intent because that's what I want. You're not a time and space Taoist, so that's not gonna go well for your character, or just nothing happens. And not that type of nothing, not the crazy nothing, just actual nothing.
I'm
No
going to attack the stump.
Okay, with
An axe.
yeah, you hit the stump. Thunk. And
There you
since
go.
you're attacking it with physical, it strikes right through the metaphysical tree and thunk. You hit the stump.
Hmm.
Yeah, you hit it.
Sweet. Got him.
I'm going to take my sword and I am going to swing at it. I'm going to not use sword power. My thought processes here is that I want to imbue my will over the sword, and I want to try and hit it with the sword with the will infused with it, and I'm going to continue to try and try and try. And what I'm trying to do really is trying to get failure stacks on it. In a sense, if I can ever get its will to affect it, and then and it fails, that would be an interaction. But I don't know if it will work. So I'm just going to do it. I'm going to take my sword, I'm going to imbue my will within the sword, and I'm going to hit the shadow. And if I go through, I'm just going to try again. And I'm going to intent harder to hit the shadow. I'm going to force my will into it. I'm going to force my will into the sword I have.
Oh,
I'm going to
all right.
smack.
You give the tree a smack.
I'm going to smack it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, you keep smacking it.
And I'm going to continue to do failure stacks on this thing.
Failure stacks do not seem to build.
Shit. All right. Well, I tried putting my my will into an object. I've tried my intent to cut it.
Why don't we come back to it next week?
No.
Because I have unfortunately, like a 9-hour session today coming.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, and I do need to go get some stuff ready, as well as we need to discuss the new thresholds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes,
I will
yes.
actually need to repost Thresholds 3. A couple of players found some wording that needed to be altered. So I'll be reposting that right now. But in general, you take a look. The new list is gonna be spicy. You guys have access to the change log, so we're going to delete this, and then we're gonna re-upload it.
Yeah, the only one I found odd was Unbreakable Soul, where you do a willpower test, which is a toughness one. I was like, there should probably be a toughness test, don't you think?
You're gonna make me look at it. Toughness. Unbreakable Soul. Unbreakable Soul.
It's when we were going over it in the car. I never really got to.
Oh, that one. Unbreakable Soul is toughness in the spirit
Yeah,
area. Okay. Um. Yeah. It just seemed best applied there. I know it's supposed to be toughness and not willpower.
yeah, but in that case, why don't you just have even further beyond a toughness score instead, right? It's just
Shit.
why would you not have them related to each other? Take it away.
Well, kind of because
Yes.
toughness and willpower are like tied hand in hand. Like they go together so well. And I'm trying to give willpower a little bit more mechanical implementation because toughness goes into a lot of stuff and it's used for almost everything. So I mean,
That's just my philosophy on it, is that it should
yeah.
be related to each other. And if you're going to use different characteristics for a different power, why don't just use that characteristic?
No. No. I'll have to.
That's just my logic on it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for session, Matt. I'm glad we got one of the three.
Huh.
I feel like we're going to be smashing our heads for the next 3 years on this problem, but we'll get it. I know we will.
Oh, you'll run out of type.
It's
One of the
true.
two.
One of the two.
By golly, we will get this by next session. Also,
Maybe.
It was fun listening in, guys.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
we are progressing as cultivators.
That is the hope. All right. For now, take a look at the threshold MK3 between y'all.
Yep.
The new roster of qualities are pretty decent. The gotta go fast is the only exception to the rule of keeping. So
Oh, I thought you said you just couldn't pick it on the other side. You couldn't pick it again. Like you couldn't pick the agility one.
that particular one is just worded better, and it's just better in total.
Okay. So I can't keep my gotta go fast. Gotcha.
Correct, but also all the NPCs that I have given, you gotta go fast, cannot have it either, unless they've reached that threshold of epic. And of course,
Gotcha.
picked it.
Cool.
So, I heard Nally.
Yep. All right.
All right, everybody. Thank you.
Peace.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Indeed.